I have to have another MRI next week. I think it'll take, I don't know, 8 to 12 weeks or something for it to heal. So I'm in pain, but other than that, it's okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You're so magnanimous. You're here in spite of all the pain. That speaks a lot.
No, that's okay. I was just worried that I don't know in India, but here, whatever pain medications they give you, they have a lot of narcotics in them, and they make you very kind of drowsy. And
Mhm.
I didn't want to like do a talk half sort of loopy. So yeah, but I'm okay. Thank you for asking.
Great, great, ma'am.
We normally use Zoom here. I'm not that familiar with Google Meet. I'm guessing I should be able to share my screen, no?
Yes, ma'am. We have a technical committee, so they'll take care of all those.
Oh,
No,
okay.
not to worry.
Okay.
Good morning, dear Miss.
Good morning. Is that Advait?
Yes, Miss. Yes, Miss.
Yes, good morning, Advait. Advait is a student coordinator in the technical committee.
Oh,
So he's
okay.
there to resolve all the issues.
Okay, great.
Good morning, Lena, Miss.
Good morning, Advait.
Good morning, Leena, ma'am.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, Nita, Miss. Just seeing everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Shanamgar, sir. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Krishnan, sir.
Good morning, Gayatri ma'am.
Good morning, Dr. Nambudiri. How are you?
How is your arm?
So. Yeah, I'm right-handed.
What's the time there now?
It's 11:30 at night.
Oh my God. Sorry to trouble you.
Oh, not at all. That's quite all right. Yeah.
Hope you remember me. I was your junior at institute.
That's what Pratap said. Yeah, I'm afraid I can't quite recall your face then, but yeah.
Okay, we will start within 5 minutes, ma'am. Please wait.
Sure.
We start within 5 minutes. Please wait.
Yeah, no problem. I just wanted to make sure my slides can be shared. So.
Gayatri ma'am, just when I checked your profile, it said you're into liberal arts. Could you tell us something more about it?
Oh, yeah. Well, the college is called College of Liberal Arts
Mhm.
at the university. We have different colleges, and different disciplines are grouped under the college name first. So it's College of Liberal Arts, Professor of English. English is inside liberal arts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does it involve, anything to do with films, movies, teaching? Because
I do.
the alumni, I saw when I checked out the alumni, a lot of them into acting and theater.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So art history, film and television, that's all inside the College of Liberal Arts. So I teach in both English and film studies.
That's great.
Yeah.
Did you have your dinner, ma'am?
Oh yeah,
Have you
yeah.
dinner?
A long time ago, 11:30 now. So,
Okay, too late.
yeah,
The
yeah.
time difference.
I eat around 6:30.
Good day, Gayatri ma'am. Hello, how are you?
Good, good. How are you? Hi,
Hi.
Parvati.
Hi, ma'am. Fine, fine.
Good.
Ma'am, how's your wrist now?
I have to have another MRI next week. I'm right-handed, so it's very hard not to be able to use my hand. So
Thank you so much
Leena,
ma'am,
good morning.
for joining us.
Good
Good
morning,
morning, Leena.
Gayatri ma'am. I was in the institute while you were a student of PG there. My
I'm
name
sorry.
is Leena. I too was in the institute doing MPhil when you were there doing your PG.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
My name is Leena Pai. Hope you
Oh,
remember.
nice to
Parvati, it is 10:03, so I think we should start. Parvati.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Krishnan sir, shall we start? Krishnan sir, are you here? Devi Miss, Krishnan sir, no. Offline connectivity. Oh, yes, certainly.
It is, sir is seen on screen. He is there.
Ma'am, he will be back soon. He's at the department.
Okay.
Devi Miss, we shall wait for him, right?
Yes, Parvati.
Where is Krishnan? Is he in the department?
Yes, ma'am. That's what Rajeshri said. He's in the department. He'll be back soon. Oh, ma'am, should we begin? Bindu, ma'am.
No, I think we'll just wait till Krishnan comes.
Okay.
He
Okay,
might
ma'am.
just engage with something. He'll be back
Okay.
in a minute or so.
Okay.
Hi, Gayatri ma'am.
Oh, hello, Dr.
Yeah, my
Bindu.
name's Bindu. You're Ramu's cousin, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I was speaking to him yesterday. I called him, after Chandra Kumari teachers. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So he told me that he was planning to ask you a lot of questions today and all that.
Sounds good.
Krishnan sir has messaged that we can start. He has asked us to go ahead. So shall we start?
Yes.
Yeah, then we'll start. Hi.
Yes, we can start.
Yes, so I invite the student coordinators to take over.
Okay, ma'am. Aging is just another word for living. Good morning, everybody. I'm dear BA English student, Alapura. Welcome you all to the plenary session of the International Virtual Conference on Literary Presentations and Sociological Perceptions of Old Age, Critical Deliberations, organized by the Research and Postgraduate Department of English, Sanadana Dharma College, Alapura. The conference was inaugurated by the eminent politician, diplomat, writer, Member of Parliament and public intellectual Dr. Shashi Tharoor, and aims to shed light on the social dimensions of old age and also on how the process of aging is examined, framed, problematized, recounted or envisioned in divergent forms of literature. Today, on the second day of the conference, we have with us Dr. Gayatri Devi, Professor of English at Savannah College of Art and Design, US, to lead the third plenary session on women, aging, and the other. So, all the participants are requested to keep your audio and video muted to ensure better quality streaming. I now invite Ms. Needa Prasad, Assistant Professor, Department of English, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Amala. Honorable resource person of today's session, Dr. Gayatri Devi, respected Head of the Department of English, Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri, dear teachers, students, and all the participants present here, a warm good morning to one and all. We are on to the second day of the International Virtual Conference on Literary Representations and Sociological Perceptions of Old Age. The previous day of the conference witnessed a dissemination of ideas and thoughts on the various dimensions of gerontology. In this context, I would like to recall a statement made in the first issue of the Journal of Gerontology in 1946. It stated, "Gerontology reflects the recognition of a new kind of problem that will command the interest and devotion of a variety of scientists, scholars, and professional workers." And as having an international conference in this part of the world in the year 2022 speaks volumes on the lasting significance of this academic discipline that never ceases to make us think. And we have none other than the eminent scholar and famous literator, Dr. Gayatri Devi, to talk to us on women, aging, and the other. Dr. Gayatri Devi is Professor of English at Savannah College of Arts and Design. She is the co-editor of works like Humor in Middle Eastern Cinema, Myth Shattered and Restored, and the transnational issue of the North Dakota Quarterly. Her work has appeared in select anthologies on film, race, and gender studies. The Department of English, ST College, feels honored to have you here, ma'am. On behalf of each and everyone present here, I welcome you, ma'am, to the session. I also extend my welcome to all of you who are present here. Welcome, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nida ma'am. Now, let me invite the moderator of the session, Ms. Devi S., Assistant Professor, Department of English, to take over the session and to initiate the discussion. Devi ma'am, please.
Thank you, Amla. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And once again, a very warm welcome to all, especially our guest and speaker, Dr. Gayatri Devi, who's been very magnanimous to be with us here today, in spite of all the inconveniences. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's indeed a very proud moment for the Research and Postgraduate Department of English of Sanatana Dharma College as we step into the second day and the third plenary session of the 2-day Platinum Sanatanam International Virtual Conference. We've been listening to eminent speakers deliberating on the theme, literary presentations and sociological perceptions of old age. We have gained valuable insights on various dimensions of gerontology. Now, aging in human beings represents the accumulation of changes over a period of time, and this process encompasses physical, mental, emotional, psychological changes. And since age is a multidimensional construct, a person's chronological age may be different from their psychological, biological, or social age. Encounters with the thresholds of the defining transitions of late life or old age, as we call it. For example, grandparenthood, retirement, impairment, dependency, institutionalization, polarization, etc., often raise ethical and existential dilemmas, which call for inter- and pluridisciplinary inquiries. A necessary part of the ambiguity of human existence is the process of aging and the external transformation it brings about. Now, Simone de Beauvoir, in her book Old Age, treats old age as just an in itself for others, and our aged body as the body for us, but inapprehensible and alienated. So such deliberations on whether aging is a compromise between being and becoming that gains collective significance. Our distinguished speaker, Dr. Gayatri Devi, will explore the double othering experienced by elderly women as both women and the elderly. So once again, welcome Dr. Gayatri Devi to deliver the lecture. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Devi, Miss, and Neeta, and Amala, and Dr. Nambudiri, and Dr. Parvati, and everyone for inviting me to speak with you today. I'm going to try and see if I can share my screen. I have a little PowerPoint that I'd like to share with you. I figured it might be too monotonous just to let's see if I can share the screen with you. Are you able to see my screen?
No, ma'am.
You are or you're not?
Ma'am, it has come along.
Yes, ma'am.
You can?
It's visible, yes.
Oh, okay, great. Okay, so can you see the screen with the little thing that says sacrifice the week?
Ma'am, the screen shows women aging and the other, the introductory slide.
Not the second slide?
No.
Can you see this now or?
Yes, yes.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't think I can put it in slideshow. I'll probably have to advance it slide by slide. So anyway, that's okay. So the title that I'm giving my talk today is Women, Aging, and the Other. And however, I would like to begin by actually talking about a little boy. And so this is about my brother. At home, we call him Appu or Appukili, after O.V. Vijayan's novel, Khasapinde Idihasam. And sometimes we just call him Kili. And so imagine, if you will, a little boy, 4, 5 years old. And we used to go to the Jawaharnagar Colony School. That's where we studied for kindergarten and first, second, third, and fourth standards or grades. So imagine, if you will, a little boy, maybe about 3 feet, 4 feet, or maybe about 3 feet tall, kindergarten, first grade. And his actual given name is Narayanan Nair. So if you can visualize being in a classroom, a little boy, and the teacher is taking attendance in the morning, and they would, and all his friends had cute little names like I don't know, Sanju or Manoj or Dilip or Mahesh or Ramu or Unni, or they had all these sort of monosyllabic, quick, short names. And then they would come to my brother's turn, and they would say Narayanan Nair, the full name. Now, Narayanan Nair is my grandfather's name, my father's father's name. So my brother was very upset when he was a little kid and when he was in kindergarten. So one day he came home and he asked my father, "Why did you name me Narayanan Nair? I mean, I'm shorter than my name. My name is so long. My name is so big. Why didn't you give me a short name like the rest of my friends have?" And my father thought about it quite a bit. My father actually passed away last year. And he said, just the name just sounds really big. It sounds really long to you now. That's because you are 5 years old or 6 years old. But imagine when you are 70 years old and your name is, Sanju or Dilip or something. I mean, this is not my belief. This was my father's belief. So he essentially told my brother that, he will grow into his name, and that, Narayanan Nair might sound like a unwieldy name for a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old. But when you are 50 years old or 60 years old or 70 years old, that much into the future, my brother would grow into his name and would really like his name. Now, I don't know if it was a satisfactory answer to my brother at the time, but the point the reason why I wanted to share that story with you is because, my father's response to my brother actually stems from a belief in people kind of growing into their names. So, the passage of time will ideally get you to a point where you really truly embody and manifest and inhabit your name. So that's where his comment came from, rather, to my brother. Can you all hear me okay? Yes?
Yes, ma'am. It's very clear. You're very audible.
Okay. And you can see the slide too, right? I'm just making sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So on the one side, I wanted to give you sort of two contrasting takes on age. So here you have somebody like my father, telling a 5-year-old kid to anticipate growing older, 50 or 60 or 70, and then, eventually being comfortable with your name and truly and comfortably inhabiting your name. And the second story that I wanted to kind of share with you is the story of this little picture that I have here. So I don't know about India, but in the US where I live, when businesses were closed, when at the height of the pandemic, at the height of the first, actually the second peaking of the COVID pandemic last year, 2020, I want to say September or something, September or October, that was our peaking, the second cresting of the pandemic. In many states in the US, they shut down all the businesses because they were trying to contain the pandemic and make sure that it doesn't spread. So all the businesses were sort of up in arms, and they were very upset that they are unable to, basically do business, and commerce was suffering. So there were demonstrations and there were protests and all kinds of things by business owners in almost all major cities in the US. So this is a slogan or one of these plaques that was actually held in one of the public protests in Tennessee, in Nashville. And essentially what this is referring to is there was a kind of a prolonged discussion in the US that there were two things. One was the whole concept of herd immunity, that, people will just, large group of people will get infected and the infection will be contained within that group, and so on and so forth. Very unscientific on all counts. And the second discussion was that we should save the medical resources, and public health should actually be deployed to save, the young, save children, save adolescents, save teenagers, save, the 30-somethings. And basically do not set aside any kind of resources for the old, for the elderly, for the senior, what is called senior citizens in the US. I don't think we use that term in India, but 65 plus, when you're 65 and older, you are part of AARP and, retirement age and senior citizens. So Sacrifice the Weak was an actual slogan that was sort of popular in the US at the height of the second wave of the pandemic in this country, where the old and the elderly were actually believed to be sort of disposable, and and that they had lived out their time, and it was time for them to move on and make room for the young and the able. So I wanted to kind of present these two contrasting attitudes towards aging. One where a 5-year-old child was actually told that he would grow to, you have to basically live so much into the future to actually realize who you are, and that comes from a very positive, very affirmative kind of a position or a kind of an attitude towards aging, versus Sacrifice the Weak. You have lived out your life, you have overstayed your welcome, and now it's time for you to go and make room for the younger generation. So the entire discourse, whether it's in gerontology or geriatrics or representational arts like literature or painting or films or anything like that, it is possible to see that these two approaches, one which actually looks forward to growing old and having a positive and affirmative and approach to old age, and versus the sort of as Dr. Devi had mentioned in your introduction, that the sort of the deceased model of old age. It's basically when you are older, you're just a burden on all kinds of resources, whether it's personnel, whether it's economic, whether it's medical, public health, whatever. So you have the sort of deceased model of old age, and then you have the more affirmative model of old age. And pretty much the entire discourse of old age, whether in the imaginative arts or in the sociological dimension, can actually be in some way or the other be explained into one of these two poles if you really break down what the constituent elements are. So I kind of wanted to put that there as a larger framework that kind of covers my discussion here today. So this is obviously one of the gerontological sort of models of looking at the process of aging. Okay? So this sort of deceased kind of a model. Whenever we speak about aging or old people, we are, whether it's self-perception or externally perceived by others, the elderly and the aged are sort of seen in terms of decline and proceeding towards death. So, it's essentially a medical model of aging and a medical model of the elderly. So, the mental faculties are in decline. They are either confused or they have dementia. There is all kinds of neurological decays and illnesses, stress, weakness, degeneration, degenerative diseases, and you're basically trying to prolong life, and at some point prolong life in an artificial way, in a burdensome manner, and at some point you decide arbitrarily or for cause that the life has to either be terminated or not resuscitated, or whatever the case might be, whatever legal provisions are available to you. So it's a less valued model of aging, the sort of health model or the deceased model of aging. And the contrasted with that, with sort of like the story of my brother's name, is, you know, another attitude towards aging, which is, you know, yes, the body is declining, and we can, you know, we can talk about, you know, chronological age or biological age as a construct. But it remains a fact that the human body, you know, has, you know, there is cellular degeneration at the cellular level, and that the, you know, both the body and the mind is subject to the passage of time and will deteriorate in, you know, whatever the lifespan is. So, but then the difference is not to see that decline in a negative light, but to see that decline as sort of starting an opportunity for growth or change. So I wanted to sort of share this picture of this beautiful marble statue from, it's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. If you go there, you can see this. It's essentially it's a very famous sculpture, and this is obviously a photograph of the sculpture, and it's called the marble statue of an old market woman. I mean, no, it's sort of called that, old market woman. There are various interpretations of the statue. Some art historians believe that it's really not an old woman going to the market. She's probably like a, you know, she's probably like a courtesan or somebody who works, who worked at the temples or something like that. But in any case, you can clearly see that she is carrying a basket of fruits, or and if you kind of zoom in, you can see that these are like chickens or something that she has in this bag. You know, she has these, it's marble, but you can tell that, you know, she has these beautiful kind of diaphanous clothing that she's wearing. It's obviously a little bit damaged or ruined, but you can still see that, you know, this is an elderly woman who is sort of active, and she is going somewhere. She's taking food with her. She is, you know, going to be part of some ceremony or some kind of community or something like that. So, you know, the story behind a sculpture like this is something that is very different from sort of the disease model or the public health model of looking at old age. So old age as a kind of a threshold where you have an opportunity to try new things and to look forward to a different way of engaging with your environment, different way of engaging with the world. That's another way to look at old age, and probably, you know, my father's little story or my brother's little story is more aligned with you know, this kind of perspective of looking at old age and the passage of time as a threshold to you know, try new things, to learn certain new things, and so on and so forth. So you know, comes from Confucius, the Chinese philosopher, and you can kind of hear the same idea in many world cultures and many world traditions. And I've always particularly liked this one. And the master in all the Analects is Confucius. His students wrote his Analects down. So at 15, I set my mind upon learning. At 30, I took my stand. At 40, I had no doubts. At 50, I knew the will of heaven. At 60, my ear was attuned. At 70, I follow all the desires of my heart without breaking any rule. So the path towards, you know, I mean, maybe this is not so much in India, but where I live, everybody is in a hurry to make their first million by the time they are, 25 years old. And, there's this incredible coddling and pampering of the young generation, the youth, as sort of the repository of the future. This idea that, future resides in the hands of the youth, and that the youth has to be pampered and coddled. And contrast that with something like this philosophy that actually looks at, this sort of incremental, 10-year incremental kind of approach to several stages of growth and maturity and enlightenment. So, it's that when you're 70 years old, that you can actually follow the desires of your heart without breaking any rules. Not when you're 15, not when you're 20, not in your youth. You have to have significant life experiences before you can actually claim any kind of wisdom or maturity of any kind. So I've found these kinds of contrasting models in all cultures have them, all religions all over the world has them. So when we really look at the kind of changes that old age brings to people, and these changes essentially builds our sort of collective understanding of the discourse of aging, whether it's in literature or films or poetry or or the more empirical sciences like gerontology or medical sciences like geriatrics or anything like that. We can kind of, particularly in gerontological literature, would classify these as the fundamental kind of characteristics or features of the types of changes that affect us as we grow old. So changes in lifestyle, changes in our mental faculties, and sort of the intergenerational kind of dynamics. As you grow older, how do you interact with the young? So the connection between the old and the young. And one of the things that is really interesting when you really look at life changes as you grow older, and this is particularly relevant for the novel that I'm discussing today, the Lebanese American writer Rabia Alameddin's novel, An Unnecessary Woman. And we perhaps know this from our own, listening to our own parents or listening to grandparents or something. And we probably, in a negative way, we think that, people as they grow older, we tend to live in the past, and that we sort of rant and ramble on about, when we were 10 years old, or when we were 15 years old, or when we were 20 years old, or whatever. So old people, elderly people, we live in the past. So in gerontological literature, it's the terminology that is used to describe this, as you might know, is life review. So the elderly people have this predisposition for what is called life review. And life review is an opportunity for you to sort of take stock of your life. And it is essentially a narrative form. And, you're looking back at the story of your life. Many old people look back at the story of their lives and, to sort of recollect the past. It's a very intentional way of arriving at a kind of a consummate and comprehensive understanding of who they are. That's one way to look at it. Another way, obviously, to look at it would be to say that, you're always lost in the past, or you don't remember what you had for breakfast this morning, but you are talking about, the plot of land that you bought from someone, 30 years ago. You can take a dismissive attitude towards that, or you can see it as a kind of a creative and a comprehensive sort of an accessing of your whole story, of the whole story of your life. And when you analyze the sort of life review that old people do, whether it's in case studies or even with our grandparents or our parents or in our own daily interactions, whenever we study what these life review stories actually contain, very often what you're finding in these life review stories is that when you reach a certain age, somehow the passage of time and the inhabiting this sort of elderly consciousness allows you to harmonize many different contradictory elements. So things that were very conflict prone in your youth, you tend to have a different, more dynamic, more holistic kind of an understanding of all of the contradictory elements in your life as you kind of grow older. You tend to adjust your value system. So many old people tend to change their position on things, and they tend to adjust their value systems, so to speak. Maybe this is what is eventually called wisdom. Okay? This ability to resolve contradictions, this ability to switch from certain fixed points of views and be more flexible and be more kind and be more loving. And children sense this instinctively, that they can, their parents might yell at them or their parents might punish them for something, but their grandparents will save them. The grandparents will be more forgiving. The grandparents will be more indulgent of them. And this sort of change that happens is actually a result of the passage of time. It's a concrete manifestation of the kind of intellectual and spiritual and emotional kinds of changes that the mental faculties actually undergo as you age. And if you look at, I was looking at some paintings to see if there were any, because I'm generally interested in art history. I was looking to see if there were, the classical painters, if they were at all concerned about old people, or if they were simply painting, kings and queens and beautiful young people. And to my surprise, there is a large body of paintings from the 16th and 17th and 18th century of old people, and some of these paintings actually exhibit, you can actually see that these are paintings of different states of minds. And I particularly like this painting that I have here by Rembrandt, and it's simply called Portrait of an Old Woman. And I really like this painting. And when I look at this painting, what I'm seeing is a thoughtful, reflective old person. So the person is thinking and reflecting and perhaps remembering things and recollecting things and trying to connect the past with the present. So there's something infinitely thoughtful about this painting, the expression on the woman's face, which I think is really beautiful. And so what we consider, or in a careless way, we can say the immersion of the elderly or the old in this sort of narrative of the past. Why are you telling stories about the past? Can actually be, with a slight adjustment in emphasis, you can actually see this as a kind of harmonizing of contradictory elements and adjusting of conflict in your life and moving into a new plane of existence where the opposites are not as bristling or as conflict prone as it was in your youth. So there's an actual state change, a qualitative state change that happens as you age. I was also really pleasantly surprised to find that there are many paintings in where, and it reminded me of sort of gerontological literature, and also, stories of relationships between grandparents and children. There are several paintings, the beautiful paintings of old people and young people. And in almost all of these paintings, what you see is the old person imparting some kind of a skill. It could be cooking, it could be cutting wood, it could be, penmanship or lettering. I particularly liked this painting by Velázquez, the great Spanish painter in the 17th century. This young boy, and I just thought the sort of the gender contrast here is really beautiful. You have this old woman who is cooking something, obviously teaching or sharing some sort of an insight with this little boy who might be a grandson or someone sitting there. And this woman is sort of in a preceptor kind of a position, teaching this young boy something to do. Perhaps this, which the reason why I wanted to kind of, take this kind of digression into these paintings and talk about these sort of changes in lifestyle and so on and so forth, is to say that ultimately the connections that we have in our mind, the equations that we make in our mind between old age and wisdom, rests in these things. It rests with the ability of the old people, or the predilection of the old people, to be able to look back into their lives and construct a narrative that is harmonious and actually bring a singularly different way to understand life and its complexities and its conflicts with a different kind of an eye. So when we speak about the wisdom of grandparents, or when we construct stories about archetypes like the crone, for instance, in almost all European mythologies, we have the maiden and the mother and the crone. So the mythological life cycle of women go through the maiden and the mother and the crone. So what is the crone? The crone figure is the wise woman. And where does this wisdom come from? The wisdom is a direct result of age. The wisdom is a direct result of the passage of time and the decline. Your body has to decline, and your faculties have to decline. And then out of that decline, you make certain choices. The decline is not really the end. It's really not the death. It actually confers a point of view or a perspective to you. And it gives you a certain amount of spiritual power, or ethical power in many cases. So perhaps the equation of wisdom with old age comes as a direct result of the decline of the human body and the space that it opens up in our minds to try new things or to have a different perspective in life. So, having sort of laid that fundamental framework about the sort of these two poles about looking at old age and looking at the elderly through a system that believes that aging is decline and aging is something that is going to lead people to degeneration and death, and contrast that with aging and the journey towards maturity, as a journey towards maturity, as a journey towards wisdom, as a journey towards a resolution of contradictions, these are sort of the twin poles of actually looking at the elderly, whether we are looking at empirical literature or imaginative writing. So what I want to do today, having established that framework, is to look at aging through the lens of, sort of feminist concerns. One of the things that you find in whether it's the third wave of feminism or even, the sort of the dubious claims to the post-feminist society that some people think that we are living in. What I have found is that aging is the feminist issue, but it's not treated as a feminist issue to the extent that it actually deserves. More than 50% of the world population is actually, aging women, elderly women, and they live in, in all kinds of constraints and strained circumstances all over the world. So, feminism and feminist activism, even at this point, is sort of, I think, through a lack of, I guess, imagination, I would think, is more slanted towards, rights of girls or rights of young women or rights of mothers or, rights of gender equality or gender rights or, those kinds of concerns. So aging has not, I don't think, has been appropriately treated by many sort of feminist scholars. If you're to go by, sort of a survey of literature, for instance. However, that being said, the sort of the best, to me, still the most enduring kind of analysis of old age and aging. And Dr. Devi mentioned Simone de Beauvoir, and her, Beauvoir has treated aging in quite a depth in the book that in two of her books, the book that she wrote about old age, which is actually called The Coming of Age, or VS, and the other book is the EC Death, the book that she wrote about her mother dying from cancer. So, which is actually a very painful meditation on watching a loved one die, helplessly rather, out of disease in old age, and what disease and old age combined do to women. And it's a really painful read if you have read it. So I'd like to take a little bit of time and talk about, sort of Beauvoir's ideas about, the woman as the other and the elderly as the other. So, and then, the elderly woman as a kind of a special case of double othering of both, two types of marginalized kind of identity when you look at that. And then I'd like to explore some of the changes that is actually happening where increasingly we are finding, and probably because of the gains that we have made in sort of feminist activism throughout the world, some of the gains that is actually happening amongst elderly citizens in different parts of the world, creating a kind of a community of elderly women. And whenever we see this community of elderly women and all over the world, wherever in the world we look at, many of the observations and claims and theoretical suppositions that Simone de Beauvoir made becomes extremely important and evident when we actually see the community of women all over the world. So I just want to quickly spend a little bit of time talking about both of those things, and then look at the novel, which to me exemplifies many of these issues, which is An Unnecessary Woman by a wonderful Lebanese American writer, Rabi El-Amadine. So, most of us are familiar with the sort of the existential concept of the other, Hegel and Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir in The Second Sex, but just as a refresher, Simone de Beauvoir was interested to find out how come in all communities, all societies, all over the world, how come women are the second sex? How come women are inferior to men? And the way in which Beauvoir explains that in The Second Sex, and it's a very sophisticated kind of an explanation, but to sum it up very quickly would be to speak about Beauvoir, and obviously she's borrowing from Sartre here, about the idea that each one of us experience the world through a dualism. We are both subjects and objects at the same time. When we are experiencing and engaging the world as the subject, we have self-consciousness. We lay claim to the I. When we say I, we do mean I, and we have that sort of subjective power to actually claim our personal identity. We are capable of, judging the meaning and the significance and the value of all of the experiences that we are part of. We are actually able to transcend some of these experiences if we don't like it. If we are in a constraint as a subject entity, we can actually get out of the constraint if we want. We have the freedom to kind of form ourselves. We can forge our future. And we can actually lay claim to what in existential philosophy is the idea of becoming. We can actually become the self that we have envisioned. We have the power to do that. So each one of us has a subject position within us through our lives. Each one of us also has an object position within us. And we become objects because of many different constraints that are put on us by our biology, by our birth, by our race, by all kinds of, obviously Sartre or Beauvoir did not talk about, the sort of the modern concept of intersectionality, but there are all these identity vectors that bring very specific types of constraints on us that sort of prevent us from shaking things off. We simply can't. For instance, the biology of women is very hard to shake off, as Beauvoir said. I mean, Beauvoir is often misunderstood as being against motherhood or maternity, and that's not the case at all. Beauvoir was actually talking about how the biology of women actually make it impossible for women to escape having to make a choice. Men don't have to make a choice. Women actually have to make a choice. So if you're living in a awful context, and if you are living inside a system that does not really give you any kind of support, the decision whether you should be pregnant or carry a pregnancy to term or to have an abortion and terminate your pregnancy, that is a choice that is biologically constrained to women, and men don't necessarily have to make that choice. So that automatically puts the woman in an object position rather than a subject position, simply because of the social pressures that force the woman to not to be able to, escape making that choice. So, in other words, we live with this kind of dualism within us at all times. We are subjects and objects all the time. We have this constant tension within us. And this tension is what actually allows us to eventually find out if we want to be a subject or an object. Without this tension, we cannot really evolve or discover or form ourselves. So I particularly like this particular quote from The Second Sex, which I think is just so prophetic and so comprehensive in actually making us understand why, in societies all over the world, women are considered to be the other. So here, Beauvoir is actually talking about men. So, you know, why do men feel that, you know, they are superior to women? Why do men feel okay in claiming subjecthood for themselves and an object status for women? Well, this is what Beauvoir says, and I think it's brilliant. So he does not like difficulty. He's afraid of danger. He aspires in contradictory fashion, both to life and to repose, to existence and to being. He knows full well that restlessness is the price of his development, that his distance from the object is the price of his presence to himself. But he dreams of a quietude in disquietude and of an opaque plenitude that nevertheless would be inhabited by consciousness. This dream incarnated is precisely the woman. She is the wished-for intermediary between nature, the stranger to man, and the fellow being too identical to him. She opposes him with neither the hostile silence of nature nor the hard requirement of a reciprocal relation. Through a unique privilege, she is a conscious being, and yet it seems possible to possess her in the flesh. Thanks to her, there's a means for escaping that implacable dialectic of master and slave, which has its source in the reciprocity between free beings. So all the dense prose is actually making clear is that, you know, men are essentially lazy. Men don't, or patriarchy as we know it, they would rather not do the work of actually discovering who they are. And by striving against other men, they don't necessarily want to do that. So this, you know, the self then, you know, in the absence of this striving with with nature or with other men, the becoming of men can easily be achieved through this entity called the woman, who is a conscious being, and it seems you know, possible to possess her in flesh. Okay? So it is, you know, men can define themselves. Men can actually achieve a level of self recognition by simply, you know, possessing and striving against women, and seeing women and essentially seeing woman as the other. And it's very easy to do that because of women's biology. And that is essentially what Beauvoir sort of talks about in Second Sex. What is interesting I think, for women, particularly aging, is then the relationship that women create with their children. Okay? So once women actually become an object or the other to men, women perpetuate the same thing. Or so Beauvoir would say, whatever men construct in their relationship to women, women construct in relation to their children. Okay? So the mother grasps in the child what man seeks in woman, and other, both nature and consciousness. Okay? So all the stories that we know of, you know, the empty nest syndrome. I don't know if in India we use that term, but it's certainly a kind of a trope in the US, for want of a better word. Women feeling completely rootless, you know, women feeling like they have no purpose in life because the children are all grown up, they have all gone away, there is no more work to be, you know, there's no homework to finish, there is nothing to do, you know, you cannot fuss over your children. So women who vicariously live through their children. What happens to these women once the children kind of leave? You know, when the children go away, the women feel very unmoved, very, you know, lost. They don't have a sense of who they are. They have not developed their sense of who they are, who they themselves are. And this is a repetition of the kind of bind that, you know, men and women kind of mirror or model with each other. Now, Simone de Beauvoir wrote about this in 3 beautiful stories, short stories. One is, and the collection is actually called Women Destroyed, The Woman Destroyed. And that's the 3rd story in the collection. The first 2 stories are called The Age of Discretion, The Monologue, and then finally the 3rd one is called The Woman Destroyed. Now, the story Woman Destroyed is particularly interesting because it's about an elderly woman, somebody, in her 50s, 60s, an elderly woman whose husband one day comes to her and tells her that, he's having an affair and he's going to leave her. And she has 2 grown children, 2 daughters, who are both in their own lives. Okay? And she had been a very loving mother to them. And she thought she had been a very loving wife to the husband. And all of a sudden, in sort of the autumn of her life, in her late 50s, early 60s, she finds herself completely, in her words, unwanted. Does not have children, children doesn't need her, and the husband doesn't need her. So there once was a man who lost his shadow. I forget what happened to him, but it was dreadful. As for me, I have lost my own image. I did not look at it often, but it was there in the background, just as Morris had drawn it for me. A straightforward, genuine, authentic woman, without mean-mindedness, uncompromising, but at the same time understanding, indulgent, sensitive, deeply feeling, intensely aware of things and of people, passionately devoted to those she loved, and creating happiness for them. A fine life, serene, full, harmonious. It is dark. I cannot see myself anymore. And what do others see? Maybe something hideous. Okay? So this is how the story, The Woman Destroyed, actually ends. Now, the reason why I wanted to particularly mention this particular story is that this is not at all an unusual scenario for women as we grow older. Our ready acceptance to play the role of the wife and to play the role of the mother and to spend our entire identity and our entire sort of sense of who we are in these roles that we play for others. When once that role is sort of taken away, then the women's lives sort of can unravel, Woman Destroyed, can actually become sort of like an empty kind of a shell. And many of the problems that elderly women face, at least in the US, can actually be framed along these lines. They sort of become these unwanted figures. They're either widowed or they are left behind by their husbands, or their children don't care for them. They have their own lives, and they become this sort of lost kind of souls or lost kind of characters. And these women are neglected by feminism. These women and their existence, do not seem to compel the kind of sort of feminist inquiry that they actually deserve, because it doesn't start when they are 50 or 60. It starts much earlier than that. And it manifests itself in old age as a particular problem of, completely rejected and lost elderly people. So, the other work in which Beauvoir talks about old age is in the actual study of old age. It's called The Coming of Age, called La Vieillesse. And it's actually, in many ways, there's something old-fashioned about it, because when you read it, you realize that, thankfully, the society has changed quite a bit, and it's not as dark as Beauvoir makes it out to be. Indeed, it's old age rather than death that is to be contrasted with life. Old age is life's parody, whereas death transforms life into a destiny, etc. So Beauvoir talks about how when women lose their sexuality, their reproductive sort of attractiveness, that's when, you know, I mean, there isn't really a chronological break as to when you stop being, you know, like a young woman and suddenly you become young woman, mature woman, old woman. When does the old woman start? There is really no clear boundary between the mature woman and the old woman. And Beauvoir says that, and I think it makes sense, that the slide into the old woman actually starts with the, you know, the cessation of your reproductive attractiveness. That is when you sort of stop being the mature woman to officially crossing over into the old woman life. And once that happens, once women kind of, you know, go from being the other to woman who is old and the other, in you know, woman who is othered as both sort of desexed as well as aged, and both of those things, when those things kind of happen in tandem at some point, when they pass from maturity, cessation of reproductive abilities, and when we move into the old age, that's when women and the elderly, they kind of share a kind of devalued alterity. They become, you know, the experiences of women as the other in a predominantly patriarchal society actually starts mirroring the experiences of the aged in a predominantly sort of, you know, commercial, you know, sort of commercialized system of existence. And obviously, women, in at least at the time that Beauvoir was writing, and perhaps even now, even now as well in certain parts of the world, women had always already experienced both types of othering, because not only were women othered as sort of sexual others, but also women's labor was never compensated. So women are familiar from a very young age in, you know, non-compensated labor that they do. But when you age, the non-compensated labor, the devaluing of the aged person is very specific to the lack of you know, the lack of monetary value that they bring into a family situation. So we have lots of stories, and perhaps you might have heard some of these stories, and the variations of these stories exist in all cultures. And it almost always has, it's a completely male story. All the characters are male. There'll be a grandson, there'll be a grandfather, and a father. So the father tells the grandson, look, the grandfather is, you know, a very old, he's not dead yet. He's taking up a lot of space. He's, you know, eating up all of our food. So, you know, let's, you know, we're gonna serve him only a little bit of food. And so they construct, he makes this little wooden bowl or cup or something, and ill-treats the grandfather, gives him very little food, and, you know, puts him out into the veranda or something. And one day he sees the grandson making a little wooden bowl and asks him, what are you making? And the grandson says, well, I'm making you a bowl for when you become an old person, so that I can give you the same kind of food that you're giving to grandfather. So this is, you know, the story exists in all cultures, with, you know, the grandson making the bowl, or the grandson tearing up a blanket, the same way in which the father had torn up a blanket for the father, for the grandfather, etc. So all of these stories, the entire cycle of these stories are about the elderly and the aged treated as the other because they don't actually have monetary value in society. And other stories there are other stories of senicide where you actually kill old people who do not bring any kind of monetary value into society, into the family. The whole concept of senicide. In the United States, we heard that in the Sacrifice the Week campaign during COVID, not just because they were not bringing in money, but because they have finished living their lives, according to the people who were protesting. But in Japan, the whole practice of ubosute, which is essentially taking the elderly to the mountain and leaving them in the mountains to die because they have finished their time on earth. There are lots of stories, particularly by Japanese scholars, who have said that this is sort of like a Western myth and it actually doesn't happen in Japan. But there are Japanese stories. Narayama is a very famous play where actually the grandmother is taken by the son to the top of a mountain and left to die because she's very old and she serves no purpose in life and she's basically just taking up space. And there's a Buddhist interpretation that says that all of these characters who are taken to the mountain and in ubosute to die in the mountains are women because, again, women are more immersed in the Buddhist concept of samsara. And so women have a lot more sins to expiate. And that's why they are taken to the mountains. It's the grandmothers in the story. The gender is very specific in the stories. So these are, sort of the dire and dark kind of examples of what happens to women as we age, either because of our diminishment of sexual attractiveness and reproductive abilities, or because we are not actually earning enough money and supporting the families and so on and so forth. However, on the flip side of that, increasingly from about the 70s onwards, we find that all over the world, there are women's communities that are actually forming. One of the biggest changes that perhaps the second wave of feminism did was to create the space where formerly women without any use suddenly found the ability to create sort of activist communities where they can actually become participants without being in a kind of reciprocity, relationship of reciprocity with men, which often happens in familial and domestic kind of situations, which, sort of kind of goes back to what Simone de Beauvoir said about, freeing herself from the chains in her autumn and winter years. Relieved of her duties, she finally discovers her freedom. She becomes a different being, asexual but complete, an elderly woman. So one of the biggest freedoms that women have as we grow older is that we are able to get out of actually being in a reciprocal relationship with men. We don't need to serve as the other of men. And that kind of relieves women and gives women the space to actually create a particular community. And one of the most beautiful insights in the second sex is that, women can never be a community. Women are not like other groups. Women are not like the Blacks or the Jews or, the tribes or the colonized or anything like that. Women live with men in reciprocal relationships. So women can never create a community of their own anywhere at any time, except in old age. And we are finding it more and more happening in many cultures, in many societies all over the world. So it is a form of, if we ask, is it possible to escape the reciprocity of the other? I think old age is probably the only time that you can actually escape the alterity by creating a women's community, and that's actually happening in many different parts of the world. So I have a couple of examples here, and then we'll take a look at an unnecessary woman. Am I doing okay with time, or do you want me to kind of go to the novel now, or?
The session
Go
is
ahead,
till
ma'am.
11:30, so it is okay, ma'am.
It is
Go
okay?
ahead, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. So here's a picture, and you might know this. These are the abuelas of Plaza de Mayo, the grandmothers of Plaza de Mayo, the women who protested the killing of the disappeared young men in the dictatorship in Argentina in the 1970s and early 80s. These were grandmothers walking around. They are the people who actually started the public protest, and they are the people asking for the return of their grandsons and granddaughters. And the group was actually, we have the mothers of Plaza de Mayo, but we also had, instead of just the madres, there was, the abuelas of Plaza de Mayo as well. And this is probably somebody that in India, you would know. This is Bilkis, Dadi Bilkis from Shaheen Bagh during the Shaheen Bagh protest. The Shaheen Bagh protest is an exemplary example of women coming and, solidarity of women coming together and trying to create a community. And all the leaders of the Shaheen Bagh protest against the Citizenship Amendment Act were spearheaded by elderly women. And they were they're infinitely powerful. And somebody like Dadi Bilkis actually ended up being, one of the 100 most influential or powerful people in the world, according to the Time magazine's list in 2020. Here is the grandmothers against the right-wing political parties in Germany, Omas gegen Recht. Again, these are groups of old women who kind of came together and started working for their rights as well. Here is the grandmothers in Canada protesting against Monsanto, the seed developing people. So these are all examples of women who have actually turned around their sort of authority in, where they were bracketed as sort of second sex in their youth. They have reclaimed that in a different way as they aged and turned it around and are active and creating sort of female communities, elderly female communities. And these are not like living in a nursing home or senior citizens or anything like that. This is essentially creating communities to actually be socially engaged. So this idea of, women who can create their own communities, elderly women who can create their own communities, is explored very beautifully in this novel called An Unnecessary Woman by Rabi Alameddine. This is Rabi Alameddine. He's a Lebanese-American writer. He's a queer writer, has written extensively about queer issues and gay issues. And this particular novel, however, is about there are very few novels in the world that are exclusively about old people, and this is one of them. The main character in this novel is 72 years old, and I am now going to, I'm just going to quickly read a bit about the novel. I mean, obviously the novel, I didn't want to put that on the slides. So the main character in the novel is a woman by the name of Alia. She lives in Beirut. She's 72 years old. She's a translator by her chosen profession. She has translated 37 books, but she doesn't publish any of them. She simply translates them, and she puts them in a box and arranges them and puts the manuscripts away and kind of saves them. So Alia lives by herself in an old apartment in an older part of Beirut. 72 years old, Alia's identity rests on her work as a translator, not that of a daughter or a sister or a wife. Befitting an elderly narrator, Alia's days and nights, illustrated through her acerbic and witty first-person monologues, are a romp through the past. We get highly idiosyncratic and singular perspectives on the city of Beirut, Lebanese history, family memories, neighbor gossips, failed relationships, tentative and directionless love impulses, and the like. Also, like elderly narrators, Alia does not care to please. She has rejected everything that she does not need. She is alone, set in her ways, and one might even say in decline. When we first meet her, this is how she presents herself. Quote, I have reached the age where life has become a series of accepted defeats. Age and defeat, blood brothers faithful to the end. I struggle to get out of bed as I do every morning. Still night outside, no light trickles through the short slats of the bedroom's wood shutters. I have been awake for over an hour, probably more. I move my feet toward the edge of the bed and lower them to the carpet, which helps me sit up with less effort. Ouch. I extend a sleepy arm and turn on the bedside lamp, a 50-year-old relic that barely functions, one of the first possessions I bought on my own. Barely functions, like me. Swollen limbs, arthritis, insomnia, both constipation and incontinence, the low and high tides of aging nether regions. In my morning veins, blood has slowed to the speed of molasses. When my body functions, it seems to do so independently of my desires, and my mind regularly forgets what those desires are, not to mention where I have left my keys or my reading glasses. One could say that every day is an adventure. So the main conflict, and it's an entirely plotless kind of a novel, but the main conflict in the novel is, there are two conflicts. One is her relationship with her mother. She and her mother cannot, they don't get along at all. Her mother is in her, late 90s and Alia is in her 70s. And they have this incredibly testy kind of a relationship. And she actually, when the mother comes to stay with her, she actually basically kicks her out and says that you cannot stay with me. And it reminds you of the moment in Second Sex where Beauvoir actually talks about how anybody can be the master. The gender doesn't matter. Women can actually be the oppressor themselves. Women can oppress other women. It is, it's the structure in which you exist that makes you, who is the master and who is the slave. It's very reminiscent of that in this story. So that's one of the conflicts. And the other one is the fact that she translates all of these novels and doesn't publish them. And what happens is that she lives in this old building and there's a leak in the apartment upstairs. And the leak kind of comes into the room in which she stores these manuscripts, and all of them get wet and all of them gets destroyed. And they cannot be salvaged, or so she thinks. But both of these are sort of the dramatic notes of the novel. And the way in which Alameddine has structured this novel, and this is why it's a really interesting novel about elderly people. This character spends her entire time sort of living in the past, thinking about past relationships, nursing grudges from the past, this, that, everything. She's completely in the past. The relationship, her conflict with her mother and losing all of her manuscripts, both of these dramatic events forcibly jolt her back into the present. So Alameddine shows you, very beautifully how this character stops living in the past and suddenly comes into the present. So and in both cases, the reason why she comes back into the present is actually kind of triggered by a woman character. So the first one is her mother, and the second one are three women who live in this apartment unit, who come to her and tells her, well, we're going to help you, dry this manuscript. We're going to save this manuscript for you. and we'll help you, get all of these manuscripts dried and preserved. So, one of them is a professor at a university. They're all women in their 70s. And they tell her, we'll get, people to come and retype this manuscript for you so that you can actually get these things published. So there's a very intentional way in which Alameddine almost trains and educates this very lost elderly female character into kind of very tentatively initially, but then, very enthusiastically kind of welcoming and embracing the female company that is around her and actually welcomes her. So let's see here. So Alia's gradual movement from the past to the present in the novel effectively transforms her from being an unnecessary woman to a necessary woman. This value is conferred on Alia by the 3 similarly single women in her apartment. They serve as a mirror to Alia, and in their solicitude towards Alia, we find not the presence of women or the aged as the other, but as self and the same. The other is completely dismantled in an unnecessary woman when Alia and her great niece, a teenager, finally help wash her ailing mother's feet and trim her toenails. Women can oppress other women just as blindly as any other master drunk on power. Alia dismantles the oppressor within her by aligning herself with the women around her. So I'd like to finish by leaving you with sort of these final thoughts. Rabi Alameddine's An Unnecessary Woman is a necessary reminder to rethink the scarcity of age as a historically and socially situated intersectional dimension in feminist thought and activism. As women age, we are doubly alienated if we are not alert. First, from careless patriarchy, and secondly, by the vanishing youth within our own bodies and minds. Women helping women is the best way to dismantle both these oppressions with categorical success. I would like to conclude with Edith Wharton's wise words. In spite of illness, in spite even of the arch enemy's sorrow, one can remain alive long past the usual date of disintegration if one is unafraid of change, insatiable in intellectual curiosity, interested in big things, and happy in small ways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your beautiful presentation. You have touched upon various aspects of gerontology. It was very informative.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Namboothri.
Thank you, Gayatri ma'am. Am I audible?
Dr. Devi. Yes, thank you, Dr. Devi. Yeah.
Thank you, Gayatri ma'am, for the very, very insightful, very interesting session, which actually you began with the, the narrative. The contrasting narratives on the contrasting takes on age, which was very interesting. And then you went on to speak on harmonizing the contradictory elements. So now the session is open for interaction. So if it is okay with you, ma'am, could you spare a little time if anybody would?
Definitely.
Yeah, thank you. Ma'am, could I begin the question session? I have a question. I mean, when you in your lecture you spoke of intersectionality, which is very interesting. So could you elaborate a little more on the connection between intersectionality, intersectional feminism, and aging?
Right. Yes. Yeah. And I think, intersectionality is a very useful concept to understand the historical and social forces that that complicate the power relations inside a society. So my experience as an Indian immigrant citizen, I'm an American citizen at this point. So an Indian immigrant American citizen woman is very different when I age from, let's say, an Indian immigrant who is running a gas station in New Jersey or Philly or in Savannah somewhere. Why is that? Because even though I am from India, even though I am an immigrant, I occupy a very different social class than a woman like me. Than a
Gayatri.
The audience, please mute your mics. Sorry, ma'am, for the interruption.
Yes.
Please do continue.
That's okay. So, my experiences being an immigrant woman from India is very different from the experience of somebody who is working as a custodial person because we occupy two different classes, two different social classes. So class is an intersectional vector. So you cannot really assume that, women are the other, but some women are more other than some other women, so depending on, how many of these outlier identities you embrace. Like, for instance, the frightening number of deaths from COVID in the United States are taking place in Native American reservations among the indigenous people. Some of the largest number of deaths from COVID are happening to the elderly tribal population. And why is that? Because they are the tribal population. And the tribes do not have the same power in the US society to command the top medical care that outside of the reservation you can get. So depending on your social and political positioning inside the society, your experiences as a woman or as a senior citizen or as a man or a child responds very reflexively to the environment that you occupy. So I think intersectionality is very, very helpful and important in talking about being aged. And I'm thinking even in India, I'm very glad that the young woman, and I actually wrote letters and everything to the chief minister and all. So I'm very happy that the young woman Anupama got her son back, who was kidnapped or child napped or whatever, brought back. There are so many Adivasi and other children against whom there are such horrendous things happening, and those things are not being resolved. And those things are not being resolved specifically because of who they are and their sort of social position. So the whole concept of intersectionality, which Kimberly Crenshaw, the Black theorist, came up with in the United States, specifically to talk about the oppression of Black people, and specifically the murder of young Black men in the United States. While it is mostly important for the Black community, I think it can be carefully used in all parts of the world where there are structural inequalities built into the system, which actually makes certain people more privileged than the others. So both privilege and intersectionality should be part of the critical vocabulary, I think, of any of these topics. I don't know if that answers your question. But...
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, if there are more questions. If anybody would like to ask more questions, please do. I'll just check the message box too, ma'am, if questions have been typed. I don't see any more questions. Okay, ma'am. So since it's time up, so I think if there are no more questions, then we can move to the vote of thanks. So once again, thank you, Gayatri ma'am, for that very, very insightful session. So Amla, you can take over.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, Gayatri ma'am, for the beautiful and effective presentation. And I also thank Devi ma'am for wonderfully moderating the session. Now, I invite Mr. Kiran, faculty of the Department of English, to propose the vote of thanks.
I think you're muted.
So you're muted.
Kiran, you're inaudible.
Hello and good. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So hello and good morning to you all. We've come to the end of the third plenary session of the Platinum Sanathanam 2-day International Conference on Literary Presentations and Sociological Perceptions of Old Age. And for the first session for today, we had with us Dr. Gayatri Devi, who spoke on women, aging, and the other. So I deem it an honor to propose the vote of thanks for the conclusion of this wonderful session. So let me move on to the duty bestowed upon me. First and foremost, let me thank the guest speaker, Dr. Gayatri Devi, Professor of English, Savannah College of Art and Design. I'm sure I speak for everyone when I say her lecture today was very insightful. It's always great to get new perspectives on concepts, and today Dr. Gayatri gave us a great new perspective on a very pertinent topic. The way you pointed out how Cenicide was becoming a very scary reality was particularly interesting. We also understand that you did this session despite of your ill health. So I'd like to express my immense gratitude for your esteemed presence and for the wonderful session that you have provided for us today. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Now I'd like to thank Ms. Neeta Prasad as an Assistant Professor, Department of English, for her welcome address and for all the support and blessings she has given us. I thank the wonderful Ms. S. Devi, Assistant Professor of English, for moderating this session. She did a very good job, and she always does. So thank you, ma'am. My heartfelt gratitude to our HOD, Helmsman of the department, rather. The success of this program and any program of the department will be possible without your support and guidance, sir. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let me thank the coordinator of the international conference, Ms. Parvati R, on behalf of the entire department and everyone present here for organizing the conference very well. I'd like to thank her personally for giving me this opportunity to be part of this event, to be a former student of this institution, and now to be working with my teachers here. It's been a very great experience for me. So thank you, ma'am. I'd like to thank the joint convener, Dr. Saraswati Andajanam, for her support and presence. I'd like to thank Dr. Bindu Nair for her guidance. She's been leading us through this event all throughout. She's been giving us guidance and blessings throughout. So thank you, ma'am. I'd like to thank Amala for comparing this session. She did a very good job. Thank you, Amala. I'd like to thank all the teachers, the research scholars and students from our college, as well as from other colleges too. Thank you for your participation. And finally, I'd like to thank the entire faculty of the English department of this college for the grand success of this event. And I'll also like to thank the technical team, Advait and Sam, for their efforts behind the scene. We're yet to run into any technical glitches so far, so the credit goes to them. And once again, I'd like to thank everyone involved in this program. Thank you all.
Thank you, Kiran. Gayatri ma'am, on behalf of the whole teaching and student community, I place on record my sincere gratitude to you for making the session lively and for providing us valuable insights, especially when we consider your present health situation. In spite of your, we understand.
Yeah.
Sir, we will be going live right now in YouTube.
Okay. Yeah. Now, who's the HOD of English?
Dr. Anjana.
Okay. Say, Harishan sir was my friend. He retired two years back, I think.
Yes, sir. I'm actually I'm actually there in the English department only because we have a subsidiary sociology for only 2 departments there.
Yeah.
That is for English and political science. So I sit in English department.
Yeah. Part of English department.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you have your lunch, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Because I saw you participating in all the sessions. You were there for the technical session also. So did you?
Yeah. Because I told you I'm quite interested in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presence and participation.
My pleasure.
Krishnan sir, shall we start?
Yes, sure. We can start.
Okay. So, welcome to the 4th plenary of the 2-day conference on literary presentations and sociological perceptions of old age. We have Dr. Rekha Sri to lead this session. She is Associate Professor of Sociology working in NSS College, Pantalam. And she's also a research guide, and gerontology is one of her areas of specialization. I invite the student coordinator to take over and invite the teacher for the welcome address.
Sure, ma'am. Aging is an extraordinary process where you become the person you should always have been. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Atulya Harold, second year BA English Literature student of Sanatana Dharma College, Alapura. With immense pleasure, I welcome you all to the plenary session 4 of the Platinum Sanathanam 2-day virtual international conference on literary presentations and sociological perceptions of old age, critical deliberations, organized by the Research and Postgraduate Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, Alapura. The 2-day international conference aims to focus on gerontology, its social perceptions, as well as literary discourses on aging, which reveal the intricacies, ambiguities, and discrepancies of the process of aging and condition people's perceptions of aging by redefining its implications. In short, the conference reflects upon the thrust areas of gerontology, its social analysis, and the role of literature in shaping and reshaping its prevalent conceptions. The eminent personality, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, an author, politician, and former international civil servant who is currently a 3rd-term Lok Sabha MP representing Thiruvananthapuram constituency, inaugurated the 2-day virtual international conference and delivered the keynote address. In this session, we are privileged to have Dr. Rekha Sri K.R., an academician, a social analyst with a flair for aging studies, and an active member of several social service organizations, to speak on the topic, The Saga of Decrepitude, Reflections and Resolutions. I cordially invite Ms. Karthika R., Assistant Professor, Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, Alapura, for the welcome address.
Good afternoon, one and all. We have reached the final plenary session of our prestigious International Conference 2022. Today, we are fortunate to have with us an esteemed resource person to deliver the plenary address. Dr. Rekasri KR is an academician, a life member of Kerala Sociological Society and Indian Sociological Society. She is an active member of several social service organizations and a social analyst with a flair for aging studies. A dedicated sociologist, teacher, and social worker, she is sensitive to others' issues and is compassionate and committed to give her best to society. Her areas of interest include gender studies, culture studies, human geography, industrial sociology, and performing arts. Today, she will talk on the saga of decrepitude, reflections, and resolutions. On behalf of the entire crew of the International Conference, I extend a hearty welcome to you, dear ma'am.
Thank you.
I also welcome Sri Krishnanand A., Assistant Professor, Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, who is the moderator of this session. Hearty welcome, sir.
Thank you, Katya.
I extend a warm welcome to all other participants to this plenary session. Once again, welcoming you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Sri A. Krishnanand, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, to take over the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Atulya, and thank you, Kartika. And once again, thank you to Dr. Rekasri KR, our resource person. And in fact, it was Dr. R. Sri Prasad, my dear friend of NSS College, Pandalam, and assistant professor there, who gave me your number, ma'am. The details. And it is a pleasure you being here.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. So, coming to the topic, the saga of decrepitude, reflections and resolutions, and our dear and respected resource person will talk on it. And she actually hails from the sociology department, and I think this session will contain much more technical and empirical details, I think, and and it will be different from the other sessions. Actually, the word decrepitus, the word came from the Latin decrepitus, meaning very old, and our dear resource person, and she will focus on the multiple factors that affect the condition of aging, both internal and external, including biological, psychological, social, and mediatic, that relating to the media. And the three rudimentary facets of gerontology: age, aged, and aging. And so, hope to listen to our respected resource person. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Honorable dignitaries in the virtual platform, scholars, faculty members, and dear students. First of all, I thank all of you, especially the crew behind this international conference, who has given me this golden opportunity to present myself and to be a part of this intellectual deliberation. After a series of intellectual deliberations, discussions for the past 2 days, I should say, 2 days, and after having a sumptuous meal, I know that you are all waiting or looking forward for a session which is too much rich in sociological analysis about the aging concept. Well, It would be a humble endeavor from my part to put across the sociological perceptions. As you all know, this discipline, social gerontology, draws, analogies from the lived experiences of the elderly. We are trying to connect the elderly with the society, and at the same time trying to bring them up towards healthy aging. Well, to start with, may I try sharing my PPT, please?
Yes, miss.
Is the screen visible?
No, miss.
No?
Till now it's not visible. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The Saga of Decrepitude, Reflections and Resolutions. Life has always been a mystery, unraveling the paradox of mankind and his potentialities, tracing the trajectory of human lifestyle from the prehistoric nomadic hunter-gatherer group to the so-called modern technocrats. It absolutely figures out the sweeping changes and the development that has embalmed the society as well as the individuals. Irrespective of the changes that happens globally, the biological clock in the human body remains the same, starting the life from conception to death, crossing through the various stages of infancy, adolescence, adulthood, and old age, typically characterized by explicit rendering of behaviors like rage, resistance, and renunciation. These are but unavoidable changes and development that are taking place in our body and mind as the individual grows with his chronological age. Well, today's topic, the Saga of Decrepitudinal Cruise, centers around the sociological perspective on how aging proceeds towards decrepitude. As you all know, the discipline that deals with these kind of studies, that focuses on these kind of aging studies, is social gerontology, and it purely focuses on three major constructs, that is age, aging, and the aged. And the perspective is directed at three levels, mainly the individual, social, and societal. At the individual level, what we see is that it is concerned with the understanding and explanation of aging as an individual experience, and it tries to investigate the topics such as age identity, perceived age identity, etc. And it also tries to find out the individual progress through the life course. When we talk about individual aging, few individuals grow older in isolation from the rest of the society. Aging occurs within a social context, from the micro scale of a family to the macro scale of the society or culture, or increasingly a globalized world. The second level, which is the social level, is to study aging in a social context, where it tries to define aging and seeks to understand the position and experience of older people within the society, how this is shaped by the major structural factors such as class, gender, and ethnicity. The meaning and impact of the constraints operating upon the older adult are highly dependent upon the social environment in which the individual encounters them. So aging is not a homogeneous phenomenon. Pre-old age characteristics such as class and gender continue to exert a strong influence across the life course. Now coming to the societal level, here they are concerned with the demographic, structural, cultural, economic transformations resulting from the increase in number and proportion of older people within the society. What are the consequences as a result of that? So today we would be focusing to cite the various reflections on the realities of aging phenomenon, which would be actually based on secondary sources of data. It is also intended to give you all a better understanding on the impact of the various coping strategies employed by the aged and the aging individuals in making the experience of aging a healthy and successful one. As seen in the picture, you see that the green colored tree shows the vitality of the progress seen in an individual from an adult to middle adulthood and old age. To start with the first construct, age. Age can be categorized or understood in 4 ways. 1, chronological, which is referring to the number of lived years or number of years that you live. Second one is the biological, where the biomarkers, you try to trace the development of the biomarkers. Stages of physical growth is concentrated. The psychological age, which focuses on the age-based thought, action, and reason. And functional age, perhaps it is a combination of all the 3 ages that we discussed above. As you all know, aging is a global phenomenon that affects individuals at different rates. It starts from birth and continues till death. Like we classified age, aging can also be classified into biological, psychological, and sociocultural. When you're referring to biological or physiological aging, you are referring to the declining appearance that you see in your body, the functional retardation of your organs, and the illnesses or perhaps the health status that you are in. You are referring to that. The biological theories of aging clearly focuses on these aspects. Psychological aging refers to the kind of state, declining state through which you are passing, where you tend to lose your memory, you start to become over anxious, you find it difficult to solve the problem as easily as you used to do earlier, etc. And sociocultural aging refers to the major kind of role conflicts that you face as you grow old. The role expectations and the role that you play. The differentiations between the desired and the perceived. All these would come under sociocultural aging. Normally, there are lots of myths about old age. It has been perceived that old age makes you crippled due to physical problems, your motor skills gets retarded, your cognitive skills get retarded, your overall health gets deteriorated, and all this incapacitation lead you to a role-less state. It could also make you a powerless man because of or woman because of your deteriorating financial insecurity. It is all the more understood as a state where you are no more powerful in handling situations. You automatically become dependent on others, being a social burden, and their reactions would lead people towards isolation, loneliness, low self-esteem, disengaged behavior from societal activities, and overindulgence in spirituality. But what is the reality? Every older person is different. For example, if you look at a person who is having a physical age of 60, could have a functional age of 30 if his lifestyle is perfect. But at the same time, there is also a possibility that for those people whose physical age may be just 40, could have a functional age which could be that of a 75-year-old person. In short, aging experiences differ with age and individual. And this is probably because of the approach, the attitude which you have towards your lifestyle or towards the aging process itself. So let's understand what causes this aging and how faster. It is common sense that a person who has no benefit of a nutritious diet, air, clean air or water, exercise or good health, good medical care, is likely to age faster than anybody who is not willing to invest on their health. And so, aging appearances differ with people according to their attitudes and according to their lifestyles. So we understand that the process of aging is a complex mix of various external and internal factors. And today's world, physical appearances has got lots of significance. It has become a symbol of identity, and main age indicators becomes the biological markers, especially your wrinkled skin, your fine lines that appear in your eyes, your graying hair, the texture of your skin, all becomes the biomarkers, which could actually marginalize you for being physically in a declining state. But why does this appearance matter? This is because of the societal concept of seeing only the beautiful. You tend to become invisible as you grow old, and you become hypervisible with regard to your defects. As Bowman and Giddens quote, visual representations and physical appearances have become increasingly important cultural markers or as symbols of identity. However, we being common man, we try to relate ourselves or try to modify our attitudes towards this aging phenomenon in tune with the popular culture. So, Oberg and Tom Stan quotes that in relation to the aging body, it is therefore essential to distinguish between the three levels of understanding. One, the images of aging that is seen in the popular or consumer culture. Two, the individual's subjective experience of their own bodies. And also the perceived meanings which the other people attach to the individual's body. On the basis of this, the perceptions about aging could be in two angles. One, as a developmental process, starting from birth till death. Here, from infancy, you are passing towards adolescence, from adolescence to adulthood, from adulthood to middle adulthood, and from middle adulthood to old age. This is one way of perceiving the aging process. The another way is to see it as a social problem where the person becomes a burden for others. He is constantly facing challenges. He is incapacitated to do things by himself. He has role conflicts, and because of that, he is being abused by the society. His dysfunctionality marginalizes him, discriminates him from the society. This leads to loneliness, despondency, and depression. But if our approach and attitude towards the social construct is positive, definitely this aging process becomes positive. If not, we would be entering into a phase of despondency and depression, which would be a negative one. Altogether, aging in regard to the physical capacity can lead person to certain states. Aging with disabilities, where you are partially dependent on others. You need a little help for your personal needs, for your daily activities. And the second state is that of a complete dependency, where you are totally bedridden. You need to get the help and support of others to take care of your personal needs. And the third stage is that of the presence of an absent body aging phenomenon, where the body, though exhibits a physically aging one, your mind is so young that there is both the presence and absence of aging in the same individual. When these kind of approaches and attitudes come, the problems faced by the elderly comes in different levels. As we discussed earlier, gerontological perspective analyzes each and every phenomenon at three levels: personal, social, and societal. At the personal level, it could be something to deal with the health status, the physical incapabilities that the person has, or the financial resources, which is actually curbing his freedom, or the life experiences, which are not very positive, which can in turn change his own perspective about his own life or future life. At the social level, we see that these kind of perceptions can lead to lots of differences in their roles, both direct and indirect. They would try to disengage themselves from different kind of activities, or try to keep themselves away from the social networks just to avoid these kind of negative impacts. And at the societal level, this kind of aging would rather focus its attention towards the different kind of support mechanisms that the NGOs or the government or the service sectors provide. However, keeping this stereotypical attitude or ageist attitude towards these elders, there are possibilities that elders may be kept away from the activities of the society. All these attitudes of the society at the personal and social level can create problems in the individual. In the biological level, definitely, it could be pertaining to their health status. The more depression comes to them, lower the self-esteem will be. the lesser their cognitive incapabilities, the lesser confident they would be. All these problems would make them to keep themselves aloof from the groups, creating for themselves a space which would be just for them alone. This loneliness could be chronic or acute. Robert Boy's theory of loneliness says, whenever a person tries to keep himself away from the others, just for avoiding negative ageist approaches, it could lead to chronic loneliness and thereby to depression and thereby to suicide attempts. In a sociological level, we see that these approaches can hamper their role identity, the role performances, because of the role expectations they levy on the individual. For example, you take the case of a middle-aged woman who is in the aging phase. Just because she gets married at an early age and she enters into the family life, she becomes a mother, a mother-in-law, and a grandmother right at the time when she is entering her middle age. At this time, the society expects her to take the role of a grandmother and to have the role identity of an elderly person. Whereas the mind of the middle-aged woman would strive to stick back to her own desires and aspirations. So we see that there is a kind of bicultural life where the woman is leading. This is just an example to tell you all how sociological expectations or societal expectations can hamper the role performances and can thereby bring in role conflicts in the individual. Yet another problem to be broadly brought in front is the economical problem. As you disengage from your work, from your profession, there will be loss of income. And you see that in your house, in your family, where you were having an ego of controlling others, an ego of taking decisions for others, has all been changed. There you see a change or a shift in the solidarity also. From vertical solidarity, you see a shift towards horizontal solidarity. In a family tree where the father or the mother is the superior authority, as they age, their status or position changes from the top position towards an equal position with the children. So there is a lowered status there. Since they don't have income, they need to depend upon others. This can again create problems in their life. These type of attitudes, which tends to discriminate individuals based on their age and gender, could be at both levels, personal and professional. The stereotyping attitude of the society make people visible and at the same time invisible also. We discussed all these issues when Priya ma'am talked about the hypervisibility and invisibility of the aging women, their body. Age identity issues, body shaming, which you see usually in females. Why do women resort to hide their aging process? We had serious deliberations on the concept of Botox treatment, why people are trying to look younger. Why cannot they take the reality as such? This is because what you are, for that only you will be appreciated. And it is this stereotypic attitude of the society which forces people to mask their aging process. The ageist attitude and the abuses that you see commonly occurring in our society because of the incapability, both physical, mental, and financial. We have many cases of elderly people who are ill-treated by their kids just after all their property has been distributed. We see lots of documentary videos or films coming up focusing on these kind of ageist or abusive kind of behaviors shown by the children, by the society. Let me take a few examples from the film Jal Samadhi. Here, the right of an individual, elderly individual, is being curbed, or he is becoming a burden to the family just because he is not an income source for the family. The family tries to kill the elderly. Forced, it could be a forced killing procedure, or they could make the person unconscious and they could kill. And this process is what we call as senicide. And this is very beautifully picturized in this movie Jal Samadhi by Venu Nair, who has won several accolades. He has tried to portray the practice of Talikutal, which he has tried to picturize it in the Kerala Tamil Nadu border, and he has tried to picturize the concept that old is a burden, which is leading to forced killing. Yet another movie which I could cite is that Android Kunyappan, where we can see the different facets of an elderly person. If you sociologically think, Ritesh B. Pudwal, who is the director, has tried something different from the routine concept of the projection of the elderly problems. He has tried to project the person as an egoistic, grumpy, very stubborn kind of a fatherly figure who is trying to mask his emotional insecurity. And he's trying to lock himself in the loneliness he has for himself. In between, we could also see the tinge of the romantic mind he has in him, craving for attention, not for physical pleasure, but for attention and warmth, love and care. In that movie, we also see the concept of place attachment, which the elders have towards the house or the premises in which they live. They develop a kind of bonding which keeps them stuck to the place. And that's why they usually do not prefer to go away from the place they have been for so long. And this picture is also an epitome of the emptiness syndrome, where the father is left alone, even though the son asks him to follow him in his workplace. And he is being drawn towards a robot who is his friend forever. Somehow this picture highlights the ego integrity, the emotional insecurity, and the place attachment that elders have in their minds. Yet another movie which I would like to quote is the movie Pranayam, by Blessy, which speaks a lot about love after marriage, where he tries to picturize that age is not a barrier for anything. Whether you are young or old, healthy or wealthy, love always remains love ultimately. The technical illiteracy that you see in the actor Indran's in the movie Home is yet another movie which strikes the kind of the problems or the inner conflicts that the elderly face. The father figure whose gestures become a source of mockery for those who views it from outside because he is technically illiterate. The movie has very well expressed the emotions of the age, and it also shows that generation gap is not something to be a matter of concern, but the character should be the matter of concern. So from all this, we understand that the old age is viewed negatively and elders are becoming subject for jokes. Thus, ageism do have negative consequences, not only on just the individual or the elderly person, but onto the families, their groups, and community levels. And that's why most of the families find it difficult to take a crippled father or mother together to any kind of social gatherings because they know that they would mess up. They would mess up in the dining table. They would mess up with their own physical incapabilities. And the resultant behavior would be the ageist attitude would lead the people, the youngsters or the younger generations, or those who are in their vital period, not to value the opinions of the elders, not to care a bit about the contributions or the ideas given by the elders, treating them with disrespect. And they see that all their attitudes are colored by the beliefs they hold towards the elderly. They are showing sympathy, which is not required for the elders. They require empathy. Their attitude lowers their self-esteem. It makes them crippled day by day. The more you forcefully care them, they believe that they are incapable of doing things on their own. They try to limit the degree to which the elder problems are worked up and managed by health professionals. And in today's world, we know that the families are so tied up with their professional busy schedule that they hardly have time to take care of the elderly at home. Earlier, it was the family members who used to take care of the elders. To take you all back to the origin and development of gerontological studies, history. Earlier, when people were hunter-gatherers, the maximum life expectancy was 40. And by the time they reach 40, they would become so weak that their fellow beings would abandon them in forest and they would move forward. And same like that, if not to that crude level, today also elders are being abandoned in old age homes and they are left in railway stations, bus stations, just for the sake of enjoying their own personal lives. They are forgetting these elders have toiled their life for their upbringing. The elders thus become dependent and unacceptable. It leads to a variety of abusive behavior towards these elders. These abusive behaviors can be related to the problems they would face with their age identity. As Charles Horton Cooley has said, a self develops in an individual in three ways. Okay. What others see of you, what you want others to see of you, and what you are in real. That is how the three ways in which yourself develops, or you are being perceived in that level. Likewise, an elderly person who would have a perceived age of 70 would be having a desire to be looked upon as a person with a much younger age, maybe 40 or 50, so that they are involved in the activities, group activities. But in reality, they would be having a felt age, or their actual age would be that of an 80 or 70-year-old person only. And this is the place where I would like to say there is the presence of both an aging self and a young adult self. How body image is perceived? Elderly are being perceived as the people to be taken care. That is there. They try to make them as infants. The overcaring that they show towards them creates a feeling of infantilization. They know that they are a person who is capable of doing things, but when we are trying to overpower them for the decisions to be made with regard to their lifestyles, with regard to their food habits, with regard to their choices in life, they might feel agitated because of this kind of infantilization. As Gulati has said, when people enters middle age, they're actually entering the point of entrance towards physical decline, and which continuously or relentlessly move towards old age and incapabilities. This is what calls as the decline narrative. And same like that, you see body images as depicted in the Korean concept, Cartesian dualism, where you see a disjunction between the aging face in the mirror and the sense of self that is persistently young. As Merleau-Ponty says, body is both perceived both as a subject and an object. It's perceived as a subject in the sense that the experiences that the individual has is that of a young individual, but he or she is being objectified as an elderly old person who is not capable of doing anything. All these attitudes of the society leads elderly to project an absent body aging phenomenon. Even though the body depicts the physical decline of an elderly person, their mind remains as young, as active, to surpass all these challenges of the declining physical body. The middle age, we see the trends that we see among the young and the middle age to mask the aging approach. They try to project themselves as young forever. It is because of this fear that they have with regard to their aging bodies. Thus, we see that during the course of aging, there is an interplay of ascribed and prescribed and achieved identities of the self. Ascribed means what you are getting as per your age, physically. And prescribed is this identity which is being given to you or forced upon to you by the society. And the achieved identity is what you are fighting for, combining both the ascribed and the prescribed identities of self. Thus, we are trying to assimilate our personality or the elderly personality towards the gendered construct or the semiotics of femininity in which the elderly are being placed. It also finds as a social construct which is being assimilated unconsciously. It is not a conscious effort, but unknowingly we tend to show or exhibit the same attitude towards others. This has to be stopped. Now, how are we going to mitigate this paradox? It is only through effective and realistic strategies that we will be able to cope up. For that, how are we going to move forward? We need to constantly instill positive attitude, give positive feedback. You optimize your goals. You select or prioritize or focus on the goals which are achievable, which would help you to achieve with much more easier methods than toiling yourself. And also the target adapted model. These are the different ways in which you can try to surpass the complexities of the aging people. So, how positive aging can be brought in? When you are positively affirming to the people that no, you are capable, you are still capable of doing things, you are actually encouraging them to become more and more active, healthy, and more optimistic about their lives. Supporting people of all ages to achieve their full potential. Respect the older adults by engaging them in different kind of activities, may it be economical, social, family activities, and try to, build the solidarity between the generations. There shouldn't be any generation gap, and this could be achieved only by a conscious effort from the side of the younger generation, which would make them feel much better. And this is how you create a society where equality, independence, participation, care, self-actualization, and dignity of all people are made their prime objectives. So, positive aging is a major approach through which you can help these elderly cope up with their challenges of life. As Brandsteder and Grieve says, don't force people, don't force the elderly to change themselves. He says, whatever they are, let them keep doing that. Affirm themselves that they will be able to cope up with the challenges that comes in their life. They need to keep themselves stable by keeping the balance, by avoiding negative thoughts that I won't be able to do so, nothing like that. No negative thought should be there. And the people should be encouraged to do those things that interest them. Draw them back to the hobbies which has always put them in high spirits. Which says that, stay in me. I was like this before, I am like this, and I will be like this. So they're actually taking control of the age-related behavioral changes. Okay, take it as it comes. Please understand that these age-related changes are definite to happen, but we also have the options to take care of those challenges. This is yet another strategy put forward by Chairnas in his book, Managing the Aging Experience, where he says, you try to awaken yourself to the reality of life. Don't be an utopian world. You try to accommodate and adapt yourself towards the situation. You humanize against the negative connotations that come against you and breed yourself in the positive spirit that you will be able to come forward with much vigor, even amidst the problems of the aging phase. And that's how you become a well-balanced personality, by readjusting yourself to the situations. You are in fact, assimilating the changes that is coming to you and accommodating it with the positive spirit that you have, and you have become a new person who is in this real world only. That's the trajectory of being and becoming. We are unknowingly becoming those person what the society is expecting. Okay, even if you are old, if your spirits are high, you can still become active. You can exercise your brain doing brain games. You can adopt a healthy lifestyle. You can stay connected to people. You can create positive emotions for yourself and for others. You can set goals that can take you to greater heights, which can minimize your stressful life. And the only thing that you have to take care is to have a medical checkup at regular intervals. And it is never too late or to start any of these kind of behaviors. The strategy or the positive aging strategy should be that of denying the negatives, adapting to the positives, and readjusting to the future. And for the problems that is related to emotions, when family is connected, or the emptiness syndrome problems, you develop a detached attachment where you will be able to logically think that it is their part of life, let them enjoy. I have done my part, let them enjoy. And this kind of detached attachment would help them age gracefully. That's the funda for successful aging, would be to engage yourself in all kinds of social activities, keep yourself reduced of diseases and illness, promote your levels of physical and mental functioning. The ultimate result would be an overall physically, mentally, socially, and spiritually well-bred person who has got minimized disability, increased longevity, decreased morbidity, improved physical and mental function, and at the same time, a totally enhanced quality of life. This would actually lead those people to a problem-free, relaxed, peaceful life, which would be healthy, successful, active, productive, and a very positive life. Quoting Mark Twain, age is, after all, a matter of mind. If you don't mind, it never matters. With this, a small video, I would like to put forward the message to all the youngsters who are coming up towards a society to meet the challenges of the elderly. This video actually shows how the family members need to be awakened about how to take care of the elderly.
Hey, come in, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Was stuck with an important work. Who's going to complete the PPT for today's meeting? I'll finish it, sir, within an hour. Sorry, sir. Sir, but I have to leave early today. It won't happen again, but there's an emergency. Every other day you have going to affect your promotions. This is the last time I'm considering this. And don't expect any help from me. I really like this guy. I don't know why he's messing up with his career. After all, job is all he has. What could be more important than his career? I have to find it out. What are you doing here?
Well, sir, the day you asked your driver to drop your parents to this old age home, I was right there. I came to give you a file and saw the pain in their eyes, the pain that touched a core within me. Sir, I was raised in an orphanage and had no one to take care of me while growing up. That day, I pledged my life to your parents and to all others who have lost their lives to death or selfishness. Remember the short leaves I took? Actually, last week his health deteriorated and I had to take him to the hospital. I will be the son they never had.
So to conclude, I have only one thing to say: stay happy, and be the reason for happiness in others. With that note, I curtail. Thank you all and have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. And it was a nice and a very enlightening lecture. And Dr. Rekha Sri, she has talked on multiple factors and aspects of aging, including the age, the three aspects, and the biomarkers, including physical, psychological, socio-cultural, etc. And every aged person is different. So she said that it is not homogeneous. And three types of age: look age, feel age, and felt age. And it was very nice to know these things from you, ma'am. And how body image is perceived by society. And towards the last, she explained what is positive aging, as explained by WHO. And the remedial measures or viable suggestions she put forward at the concluding part of the session, like the how to deny the negatives and how to adapt the positives and how to readjust to the future, etc. So it is indeed a very brilliant and very aptly composed talk, ma'am.
Thank you.
So the forum is now open to any further clarifications and questions from the participants.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Thank you for the great session. I would like to know, you spoke about positive aging.
Yes.
And I believe it has something to do with our attitude. It has to, something should happen, there should be a change in our attitude. So can you just speak about any positive aging programs that can be implemented around us as of in Kerala?
Okay. The first and foremost thing that we have to keep in mind is to engage people in all kind of activities. May it be an NGO activity, may it be policy making, because you have knowledgeable people from different fields who are retired. You can make use of them. Keep them engaged. Keep them in your vicinity so that you can take their knowledge for your own purposes. Make them feel wanted. That is what the first thing that we have to adopt. If we instill that feel that you are wanted in the society, they will strive hard to live up to the expectations and to the challenges.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any more questions? students and other participants, please ask the questions if you need any further clarification.
Rajashree ma'am, it was in fact very enlightening, and I congratulate and thank you for your excellent presentation
Thank
as
you,
the
sir.
HOD of English.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
So I think there are no questions, no further questions. So let us move on to the next session. I invite Atulya. Please take over.
Thank you, ma'am, for such an interesting and fruitful session. It was truly insightful and relevant. I also thank Krishnanand sir for impeccably moderating the session. Now I invite Ms. Geetanjali J, Faculty of the Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, Alappuzha, to propose the word of thanks.
Thank you, Adulya. Good evening, all. We come to the end of the fourth plenary session of the Platinum Sanathanam two-day virtual international conference on literary presentation and sociological perceptions of old age. We are listening to the insightful lecture titled The Saga of Decrepitude, Reflections and Resolutions by Dr. Rekhashree ma'am. She has thrown light on varied pertinent aspects like social gerontology, focusing on three main constructs: age, aging, and aged. How the approach is directed, it is mainly directed at three levels: individual, social, and societal level. Various reflections on the realities of aging, how it become a symbol of identity. And she has also referred to three movies: Jalasamathi, The Home, and Android Kunyappan. It's been really wonderful listening to you, ma'am. It was really an informative and thought-provoking session. On behalf of the Research and Postgraduate Department of English, I extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Rekhashree ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable time with us.
Thank you.
Let me extend my sincere gratitude to Karthika ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, for her welcome address. My sincere thanks to Krishnanand sir, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, for initiating discussions and also moderating the sessions very well. My heartfelt gratitude to our head of the department, Professor Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri sir, for shape the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I also thank Parvati ma'am, coordinator of the international conference, for her continuous effort to organize the conference. Thank you, ma'am. Let me thank Joint Convener Dr. Saraswati ma'am and Dr. Bindu ma'am for their constant support. I also thank Adulya, who compared the session wonderfully well. I thank all the teachers, research scholars, and students of other departments for their participation. Once again, thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. See you again.
Thank you. Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Parvati. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dear participants, the feedback form has been shared in the chat box. I request all the participants to kindly fill up the form. The next session is valedictory session, which will start at sharp 4 o'clock. So I request all of you to join, to be back by 3:45. Please don't wait for the last minute. We have the Pro Vice Chancellor of Kerala University, Sri Dr. Ajay Kumar sir, offering the valedictory address. So don't wait for the last minute. Please be there in advance. Okay, you can join by 3:45. Krishnan sir?
Yes, Parvati?
Yes, so we can wind up this meeting, right?
Sure.
All of us can be back by 3:45, right?
350 or 55.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Ganesh. Welcome, Miss. Video. Paradines, hello.
Yes, who was that?
Miss Advait here.
Yes, Advait. Good evening. Good evening, Krishnan sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, Vidya, Miss.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening.
Has Krishnan sir joined? Advait?
Yeah, I am here.
No, I didn't mean you, sir. I meant Krishnan Namburi, sir. I saw that you had
Your
joined.
HOD.
Yeah,
Yeah.
HOD.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, good evening, sir.
Yes,
Good
he's
evening.
here.
Sir, similar names are causing a lot of confusion. So many Christians, so many Parvatis.
Our manager is Christian. Principal is only Christian.
Yeah,
You are Christian.
too many gods around.
That may be the reason why things going on smoothly.
You will also.
That is also true.
No, you will also find too many gods around me. I am sitting in a room surrounded by gods also. I'll show you my
Very auspicious.
This is the top of my cabin.
Okay. Yeah, there's Nataraja right above you.
Yeah, so a lot of good gods here also.
So it is in your new cabin of your new building, yes, sir?
Yeah, this is my new office.
Yeah.
Sir, we are live on YouTube.
Principal sir, good evening, sir.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Namaskaram, Swami.
Namaskaram.
സ്വാമി ഇന്നലെ ഇനാഗുറൽ ഫംഗ്ഷനൊക്കെ നന്നായിട്ട് പോയി സ്വാമിയുടെ ഒക്കെ സാന്നിധ്യം
Very good.
ഇന്നലത്തെ ഇനാഗുറൽ Yeah, thank you, sir. So we have completed 4 plenary sessions in addition to 2 technical sessions in which scholars and students presented papers. So it was in fact a very long process.
Absolutely commendable, sir. I think wonderful job.
Yeah. Total 6 speeches by great scholars like Shashi Tharoor, then 2 from abroad and 2 from India. And now PVC is joining us for valedictory address. So total 6 speeches by 6 scholars. And all the programs were attended by more than 150 students.
Great. That's important. I think they are the ones to take this forward.
Athena, are you here?
Yes,
Athena,
ma'am.
for the prayer song. Okay. Stay online. Parvati? Parvati, teacher,
Yes, ma'am.
English department.
Yes,
All the
ma'am.
best, Parvati.
Thank you, ma'am.
All the best.
Thank you.
Parvati, I contacted Ajay sir, Pro Vice Chancellor. He will join within 2-3 minutes. Ajay sir will join within a few minutes. Parvati. Parvati, can you hear me?
Okay, sir. Okay. Advait is Advait here?
Yes, miss.
Advait, is there a lag when I talk? Like when I look at my screen, the sound reaches first, it seems. Is there a lag?
No, miss. There is no problem. There is no problem until now.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, shall we start? Time is 4:10.
Okay. Parvati, we can start.
Cell is very weak.
Parvati, MC of the program, Parvati.
Yes, miss.
Let's start.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the valedictory function of the Platinum Sanathanam International Virtual Conference on Literary Presentations and Sociological Perceptions of Old Age, Critical Deliberations. The program is organized by the Research and Postgraduate Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, Alappuzha. Established in 1946, Sanatana Dharma College is affiliated to the University of Kerala and was re-accredited with A+ grade by NAC in 2017. The college has 12 teaching departments, out of which 9 are research centers, and offers 13 undergraduate courses and 9 postgraduate courses. The Postgraduate Department of English, recently upgraded to a research center by the University of Kerala, is one of the most illustrious departments of the college. The department offers 2 undergraduate courses, BA English Language and Literature and BA Communicative English, and a postgraduate course, MA English Language and Literature. The 2-day virtual conference, with its focus on gerontology, explored the social dimensions of old age and also its varied representations in literature. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament, inaugurated the session and set the tone for the conference with his insightful words. Plenary sessions were led by the Canadian writer Ms. Sharon Butala, Dr. Gayatri Devi, Professor of English at Savannah School of Art and Design, USA, Dr. Priya K. Nair, Research Officer, Kerala State Higher Education Council, and Dr. Rekha Sri, Associate Professor, NSS College, Pandalam. Let's now begin the formal session. We shall start the session by invoking the blessings of the Almighty. I invite Athena of First BA Literature to lead us in prayer. Over to you, Athena.
ഹൃദയരാഗതന്ത്രിമീട്ടി സ്നേഹഗീതമേകിയും കർമ്മഭൂമി തളിരിടുന്ന വർണ്ണമേകിയും നമ്മിൽ വാഴുമാദിനാമം ഇന്നു വാഴ്ത്തിടാം. ഞങ്ങൾ പാടുമീ സ്വരങ്ങൾ കീർത്തനങ്ങളാകണേ, ചുവടുവയ്ക്കുമീ പദങ്ങൾ നൃത്തലോലമാകണേ. കുഞ്ഞു വീടിനുൾക്കളങ്ങൾ സ്വർഗമാകണേ. അമ്മ നൽകുമുമ്മ പോലും അമൃതമാകണേ. പൂർണ്ണമീ ചരാചരങ്ങൾ ഗുരുവരങ്ങളാകണേ. ഹൃദയരാഗതന്ത്രിമീട്ടി സ്നേഹഗീതമേകിയും കർമ്മഭൂമി തളിരിടുന്ന വർണ്ണമേകിയും നമ്മിൽ വാഴുമാതിനാമം ഇന്നു വാഴ്ത്തിടാം.
Thank you, Athena. I now invite Dr. N. Saraswati Antarjanam, Associate Professor, Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, to welcome the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Miss.
Yes,
Yes, Miss.
With God's grace, our 2 days Platinum Sanathanam International Virtual Conference has very successfully reached its valedictory session. I consider this great opportunity as a privilege to welcome all the dignitaries who are present here to grace the occasion. First of all, I extend a warm welcome to Professor E. Krishnan Namboothiri, Vice Principal and Head, Research and PG Department of English, Sanatana Dharma College, who is presiding over this valedictory. On behalf of here, I welcome you, Professor Krishnan.
Thank you.
Next, I place on record a very cordial welcome to our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. P.P. Ajaykumar sir. I am really delighted to introduce Dr. P.P. Ajaykumar sir, who is at present the Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Kerala. He has more than 33 years of experience, spending quality time on teaching, writing, and publishing across disciplines. His areas of interest include post-colonial writing, Canadian studies, cultural studies, and comparative literature. He has served as expert committee member in the UGC inspection committees, evaluation board, and in the team for the production of study materials and video lessons for e-Padashala and MHRD project for education through ICT. He was awarded Faculty Enrichment Fellowship by the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute to conduct studies on Canadian short fiction. He is the Chief Editor of Litcrit, an Indian response to literature, an international literary journal of repute, and the editor of Dead Researcher, a multi-journal of repute, and the editor of this multidisciplinary journal published by the School of Distance Education, University of Kerala during 2016-17. He has published many articles in various academic journals, apart from popular articles, reviews, and anthologies, and has edited 8 books. Sir, I have been lucky enough to be in one of your classes at Karyavatam campus, and we have got the YouTube link for Padashala to be shared with the student community recently. On behalf of each and everyone present here, I extend a very cordial welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
A warm welcome is due to Sri R. Krishnan sir, President, SDV Managing Committee, who is always ready to contribute to the general progress of this great institution. Whenever he is asked to speak a few words, he readily shares some of his serious thoughts or plans, as well as some humorous anecdotes of his austere years in this college as a student. He loves reminiscences, I hope, as all we do as human beings. Once again, on behalf of everyone present here, I welcome you, sir, with pleasure.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay. Then, with much respect and delight, I welcome our respected principal, Dr. P.R. Unnikrishna sir, who extends constant and wholehearted support to all our endeavors. Once again, on behalf of everyone present here, I extend a warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you.
On behalf of everyone present here, I extend a cordial welcome to Sri N. Neelakandan, Secretary, SBB Managing Committee, to this valedictory session. A warm welcome once more.
Thank you.
A warm welcome to Ms. Parvati, who is proposing the vote of thanks. On behalf of each and everyone present here, with pleasure, I extend a cordial welcome to the other members of the Managing Committee, like Raman sir and the liaison officer, Sri Narayan Nambu sir, in absentia, the former teaching faculty of the Department of English, and we, the present Team English, all the student community of Sanatana Dharma College, who are the masters of this program, and the pillar and backbone of this conference, namely the technical committee and the entire crew, without which this would not happen. I hope I have welcomed each and every one of you. If at all I have missed mentioning anyone, please pardon. A very warm welcome and cordial, very warm and cordial welcome to all the SDC family members. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me now invite the President of the SDB Managing Committee, Sri R. Krishnan, who has always shown keen interest in all the activities of the college, to offer the introductory remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Parvati. A warm good evening to one and all. Respected Dr. Krishnan Nambudiri, Vice Principal and HOD, Department of English, SC College. Dr. P.P. Ajay Kumar, Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Kerala. My colleague in the Managing Committee and Secretary of SCB Managing Committee, Sri Neelakandan, who's also incidentally my classmate, we studied together. Dr. P.R. Unnikrishna Pillai, Principal of the college. Parvati, our Joint Coordinator. Other distinguished staff members of the English Department. The faculty members of ST College, those are associated with IQAC, Platinum Jubilee, all esteemed members of the Sanatana Dharma family, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a moment of pride for me as a president, because this is the first year I have taken over as president from some illustrious stalwarts who have led this institution to such dizzy heights. To be part of an international conference of the infant, as far as research department is concerned, of SC College, because you know, though the stature of the English department is far superior to the fact that it has been added as a research department only recently, and within a very short span of time to host a international conference speaks volume of the efforts put in and a volume of the standards that this department can boast of. I must congratulate all those who have conceived this idea, more so at a time, a very appropriate time like this, the 75th year, the Platinum Jubilee year as far as SC College is concerned, and to host a international conference amidst this pandemic, turmoil all over, uncertainties all over, and to conceive it and then to finish it in a fashion in which it has been done. Kudos to all those who have been behind this great show, and making it a grand success. In fact, this pandemic has thrown open many areas where we could capitalize or improve upon ourselves. And one such area is these virtual conferences. And today, you find that we had the benefit of 2 international speakers, one from Canada and one from US, apart from 2 luminaries, one from Cochin and the other from Pandalam. All this is possible today because of the virtual platform with which we are operating. And that throws open an opportunity which otherwise may not have been possible. I wouldn't say would not have been possible, may not have been possible at such short time or at such short convenience also. But then, as humans as we are, apart from the aging factor which makes us to forget things, as a human, there's a tendency of becoming lazy and or postponing things. But without waiting for that, I think that is where the English department has to be lauded, because to conceive so fast and then to execute it in no time, hats off to all those who were behind this. I understand that there are 4 plenary sessions apart from the technical session today. And the other credit to the department or the organizers would be for the subject that they have chosen as far as this seminar, international conference is concerned. We keep worried, we keep thinking about the aging process. I'm sure over the last 2 days, we would have deliberated upon so many things, how to face it, what are the factors, or how to be calm and composed. I think a lot of inputs would have gone into these discussions that you have had on this subject. Very, very interesting, especially at the time of pandemic, when the normal citizen himself is gripped with fear, not to speak of people who are getting aged. Of course, this is a different subject altogether, and it makes all the more relevant and important by bringing in international speakers, because the fact of aging or the fact of facing an aging phase of one's life is entirely different of what we conceive in India or in different parts of India and what is being conceived abroad. It is the facet of the way people take these things are entirely different, and it is here that the relevance of foreign speakers become extremely important, because there are certain ideas that can be shared by them which could probably be imported into the Indian conditions, so that this could be faced in a better manner. Anyway, I think I shouldn't be wasting too much of a time. My role itself is to give an introductory remark. We have Ajay sir coming where he was an expert as far as these subjects, or for that matter, he's a pro vice chancellor of the university. You'll have a lot of things to share with us. I once again congratulate and compliment the English department for having conceived and having organized brilliantly an international seminar in the very important subject like this. Hats off to Dr. Krishnan Nambudiri and his entire team. The one thing which I was also not very sure about was the presence of MP Dr. Shashi Tharoor yesterday, which added glamour and glitter to this entire program. I was honestly, it was very difficult for us to get a person like that. This Platinum Jubilee, I think so far has been brilliant in the sense that we have been able to bring in luminaries like Shashi Tharoor, and the other one was, of course, the Commerce Department brought in the Lulu chairman. There was something extraordinarily brilliant as far as their efforts are concerned. So all these are something that throws open in an avenue like this, which we have been able to capitalize in this time of pandemic. So once again, with these introductory remarks, I congratulate the organizers and wish many more such events, especially for the benefit of the students, so that, you know, their knowledge increases and our role as a research department is also fulfilled, so that ultimately the gain of all these programs are the students. Thank you so much for the opportunity provided to me and inviting me for giving my thoughts during this valedictory session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This international conference is the brainchild of our beloved Vice Principal and Head of the Department of English, Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri. Sir, it's my pleasure to invite you to the presidential address.
Thank you, Parvati. Good evening, one and all. Honorable Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. P.P. Ajay Kumar, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Kerala University, the President of STV Managing Committee, Sri R. Krishnan, we lovingly call him Kichappa, Nilakandan Swami, Sri Nilakandan Swami, Secretary of STV Managing Committee, most respected Principal, Dr. P.R. Unikrishna Pillai, the Coordinator of this international conference, Srimati R. Parvati, Senior Faculty of the Department, Srimati Saraswati Antarjanam, Dr. Bindu Nair, and my colleagues, heads of departments of ST College, my friends, participants, other dignitaries. I'm very happy to preside over this function, the valedictory session of the two-day international conference on gerontology. In fact, when the management declared the Platinum Jubilee celebrations last year in 2021, year-long celebrations, we, the department, convened the meeting and listed out a few programs in order to contribute to the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of the college. And we listed out various programs, and most of the programs have been successfully completed by the department. And I congratulate and I appreciate the effort taken by my colleagues, and we work as a unit, work as a team, and that is why English department is able to conduct great responsibilities, able to shoulder great responsibilities and make all these programs great success. In fact, we have 2 more programs to be conducted, and that will be in February and in March. And this has become the greatest responsibility, the most challenging program that we have undertaken. And in fact, when we started thinking about this international conference, we came across various problems. We have to choose the topic, we have to choose the ideal speakers, and we have to conduct plenary sessions and all. And as Krishan sir said, it was in fact very challenging. In fact, as Krishan sir mentioned just before the meeting, God grace has been with us, so we were able to conduct various programs successfully. And Shashi Tharoor, in fact, inaugurated this conference yesterday, and we were not at all quite sure about his presence, because we have been trying to get him. We have been trying to rope him in for the last 3 months. Only last week we confirmed his presence in the international conference. And after deciding the topic, also we came across with some problems, because old age is not a very happy thing to be cherished by most of us. And we, in fact, felt that we chose a wrong topic, a topic not very attractive. But the deliberations that we had yesterday and we have today, in fact, cleared all our doubts. And as Krishnan sir, President of the STB Managing Committee mentioned, this topic has become the most relevant one, especially during these days of COVID. So we are very happy now because we have selected a very valid topic in this time of endemic. And regarding the participation, I must appreciate the interest and enthusiasm of our students. And in the inaugural session itself, more than 270 students and research scholars and teachers participated, and that is in fact, that itself in fact shows the great interest taken by our students and researchers. So we are very happy with regard to the presence of participants, and that the support of the management is in fact very valuable. Especially I remember Krishnan sir, the President of the Managing Committee, participates in all our endeavors. We conducted a 5-day long literary fest 2 months back, and in the program he attended and offered, he in fact inaugurated that function. So and also when we launched YCC, Young Communicators Club, he was there to speak a few words. So the President of STV Managing Committee, Krishnan sir, is always with us, supporting us, helping us, guiding us. So as the head of the Department of English, I profusely thank Krishnan sir for your limitless support and encouragement. And Neelakantan Swami also has always supported us for conducting major programs. He, with his usual pleasant face and words, inspiring words, he in fact supports us in all ways. And manager was there in the inaugural session, Shomar sir. He also always supports us to shoulder big responsibilities like this. And we have 2 more programs to be completed. That will happen. That will take place in February and March. And in fact, when we contacted Ajay Kumar sir, the Pro Vice Chancellor of Kerala University, without any hesitation, he accepted our invitation. And as the Pro Vice Chancellor, we know the busy responsibilities, official responsibilities of Ajay Kumar sir. But in fact, as I know that he is always busy, I just sent messages to him in WhatsApp, and he accepted the invitation, accepted our invitation without any word of hesitation. And I thank Ajay Kumar sir for his support, his commitment to the programs initiated by a department under the University of Kerala. And I also thank Ajay Kumar sir for upgrading our department to a research center. He helped us a lot in materializing this long cherished dream of the English department. And I'm not, in fact, I wish to congratulate the coordinator of this 2-day international conference, Srimati Parvati. And I must say that she is a silent power, a powerhouse without making much noise. In fact, I was doubtful whether we will be able to conduct this international conference because not much messages are shared in our groups, but the 2-day program was conducted, coordinated perfectly well by Parvati, and she contacted all the resource persons, and a big salute to Parvati, my colleague, for coordinating this 2 days international conference wonderfully well. And I congratulate and thank all the colleagues of the Department of English for coming up with their contributions to make all our programs a big success. And I, in fact, thank all the resource persons, all participants for making this international conference very meaningful, very fruitful, and we can continue this deliberations in our other programs. We can continue this enthusiasm to complete our programs in a successful manner. I once again thank all of you. Especially, I thank Pro Vice Chancellor Ajay Kumar Sir, Krishan Sir, and Neelakandan Swami, and Principal for participating and offering your words in this valedictory session. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Our chief guest for the day, Dr. P.P. Ajay Kumar, Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Kerala, is an academician par excellence. With more than 3 decades of teaching experience, he has served in various capacities, including Director, Institute of Distance Education, University of Kerala, Special Officer, Learner Support Center, and the Chief Editor of Litcrit, an international literary journal. We are indeed honored by your presence, sir. With immense pleasure, I invite you, sir, to deliver the valedictory address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri, who is chairing this session, Sri R. Krishnan, President, SDV Managing Committee, Dr. P. R. Unnikrishna Pillai, Principal, SD College, Dr. N. Saraswati Andarjanam, who delivered the welcome address, dear teachers and participants. The topic of this international conference is certainly the main attraction, mainly because it is a less traveled path. I don't remember any conference that focused on old age. And there are very few literary texts and films that focus on old age. Even though the problems of old age is certainly one of the serious issues that our society, especially Society of Kerala society is facing now. So anyway, this is certainly a topic that we have to discuss in detail. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the Department of English, SD College, Alappuzha for organizing a seminar or webinar on this particular topic. We are actually remembered of several writings on old age. I am remembered of William Blake, the famous British poet, who presented a philosophy of life when he spoke about the 3 stages in life. You may be remembered of the collections of William Blake titled Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience. Actually, in his view, there is the first stage is innocence, the stage of innocence, and the second is experience. And there is a third stage, and that is higher innocence. And the old age actually belongs to the third stage, that is the stage of higher innocence. So he beautifully presented these different stages through the lamb that represents the innocence, the tiger that represents the experience. But higher innocence is a stage when we are more advanced. That means we have more knowledge, understanding about life, because we have passed through both the stages, the innocence and experience. So I think that is a kind of philosophical approach towards old age. But in practical life, we find that old age is most often a stage in which men and women are marginalized. They are kept to the borders. And most often we find that old age is connected with outworn belief systems, outdated ideas. That means people who are old will not be listened properly by others because they consider, the general perception is that they belong to an old age and their ideas are no more modern. So they are outdated and need not be listened to. It is also connected with loss of power, loss of energy, and loss of assertive identity, and a kind of helplessness, a kind of static nature. That means difficulty in movement is there for old people. So I think old age is usually connected with some of these images. And so naturally, when we come across characters in a film or in a novel or in a drama, we find that old age is often connected with something that is not appreciated, something that is kept away, kept to the margins. Usually we come across several such characters represented in films as well as in literary texts. We are remembered of Old Goriot, a famous novel by Honoré de Balzac, a French novelist. Old Goriot is presented as a person who is mad because of his ardent love for his daughters, blind love for his daughters. So a kind of foolishness is associated with him. And similarly, we find W.B. Yeats speaking about old age in a mocking fashion in his famous poem, Among School Children. He refers to old age as a scarecrow. There is a comfortable kind of old scarecrow. So old age is not at all appreciated or welcomed by even our writers. And at the same time, there are certain other texts. For example, in William Wordsworth's poem, Resolution and Independence, we come across a leech gatherer who is an image of perseverance. Though old, he is described as a person who is bent double. He cannot stand straight. He cannot move properly. Still, he is doing his work as a leech gatherer. So he is an image of perseverance. Similarly, in Old Man and the Sea by Hemingway, we come across a character who is an image of perseverance. So there are different kinds of representations of old age. But in most of these cases, we find that they are presented as people who are actually sidelined by the mainstream society, who have lost energy, lost power, who are not able to move, who are helpless creatures with outdated concepts of life. So this is the general kind of impression that we get from these representations. At the same time, we also come across certain other characters. For example, Manthara is a character in one of the epics where Manthara is portrayed as an evil woman. So evil, we come across several magicians, mantravadis who are evil. They are all old people. And their very appearance reveal the evil nature of the character. So we come across such very wide variety of representations of old age. But I think when we speak about the general notion, we find that it is not very positive. To a great extent, it is negative. And So we have to study actually these representations, and we also have to learn how to tackle, how to view the stage, the last stage of life, that is the old age. Whether we should look at it as a higher innocence, or to look at it as a period of helplessness and powerlessness, etc. Anyway, I think at present there is a lot of awareness about the need for love and affection to be given to old age people, lot of old age homes and lot of clinics for treatment of old age people, and many such enterprises are coming up today. And I think this being a problem that is connected with several other areas like sociology, psychology, and even medicine, we find that any literary attempt to study old age should also be related to other areas that are connected with old age. So it should be naturally an interdisciplinary study. I hope this particular webinar will trigger more studies, more serious studies on this particular field. And I hope that the participants were sufficiently, that means informed of some of the important ideas connected with this. And they have been inspired to study more. And we can certainly hope for a lot of studies coming up on this particular area, which is actually important for a state like Kerala, because we have a huge number of old age people, and old age is slowly becoming one of the important social issues of our society. So I congratulate all those who worked behind this seminar, of this international seminar or webinar, and I hope that the organizers will take care to publish the papers in the form of a book. And I'm sure that the deliberations were very useful for the participants, and I wish all kinds of that means I wish all success to the future efforts of the department, because the Department of English, SD College, Alapura, has been organizing several such programs in the past. I myself participated in several such events, and I hope that they will continue to do this in future as well. So thank you all for inviting me, and wish all success to your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your words of wisdom, sir. Now, I'd like to invite Sri N. Neelakandan, Secretary, SDV Managing Committee, to offer his felicitations. Over to you, sir.
Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. P.P. Ajay Kumar, Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Kerala, Sri R. Krishnan, President, SDV Managing Committee, Dr. Krishnan Nambudiri, Head of the Department of English, Dr. Unikrisha Pillai, Principal, Dr. Saraswati Antardinam, and Coordinator Mrs. Parvati, other faculty members, and dear students. First of all, let me thank Dr. Shashi Tharoor and other great writers and academicians who participated in this international virtual conference on gerontology and enlightened us on this subject. I would like to congratulate and thank all the members of the Department of English who had made meticulous arrangements for the conduct of this conference and made it a very grand success. Thanks for inviting me to this great event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With pleasure, let me now invite our principal, Dr. P.R. Unikrishna Pillai, who is a constant source of inspiration, to offer his words of felicitation.
President of this valedictory session, Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri, most respected chief guest of the day, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor of the University of Kerala, Ajay Kumar sir, esteemed Managing Committee President R. Krishnan Swamy, faculties of the Department of English, dear colleagues, friends and students. Now we come to the last session of the two-day international conference on gerontology. Actually, this conference definitely benefited our students, community, as well as the teachers. It is an exchange of ideas between the East and the West. Two teachers from the Western countries, Canada and USA, along with our own country, participated in this program. Our college is actually a college established in the pre-independence day of our country. And English is a language that acts as a connecting language between various countries. It actually originated in England and now is a language that connects the East and the West between various countries. And this type of webinar definitely help to exchange ideas between the different kinds of people around the globe. And this webinar definitely helped to exchange ideas between the East and West. This type of international conference, virtual conference is required because with the advancement of the digital technology, now it is possible to communicate or possible to organize this type of conference irrespective of the countries. Otherwise, in an offline mode, it is difficult to exchange ideas because all persons come together in a particular platform or in a particular area, and then only can exchange the ideas. But with the advancement of the digital technology, it is possible to exchange the ideas irrespective of the countries. Even far distant people can exchange their ideas. Actually, conferences or webinars or seminars meant for exchanging the ideas between the various types of people. And gerontology is actually in science, especially in botany, we use the term senescence. Senescence is actually the aging process. So associated with the aging, there are changes in all organisms. Being a person from botany, even in plants, there is a change when the plants become old or age change. So senescence or the process of changes that happens in old age is actually very important. And this old age English use and the literature citations or the writings in literature are very important because even age and experience actually contribute or enrich a man or enrich a human being. Because when our age increase, the enrichment in knowledge and ideas actually increase. There is no doubt about it. That is why UGC itself is fixed the retirement age of IITs or central universities as 70. And even in other states, the retirement age is 65 because age and experience enrich a man, or it actually contribute more and more ideas in a person. So this topic was very relevant because aging literature is very important, and especially in the case of old age people, they can contribute more, they can write more, they can exchange their ideas. So this webinar was such a kind, and I believe definitely this conference was fruitful to all of us, and mainly contributed the ideas from the old age people, especially to our student community and young teacher or young faculties. So with these words, let me conclude my felicitation. Already in the inaugural function, I wished all the success to this program. So once more, I hope in future this type of webinar will more kind of this type of conference will be organized by our English department. And moreover, very recently, our English department elevated to the level of research department. With these few words, as a part of the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, the webinar organized by this English department or the international conference became a success. And I wish all the success to this program. Okay. Thank you all for the silent listening.
Thank you, sir. It's time to announce the award for the best paper, a competition held in connection with the international conference. The papers were reviewed by the peer review and publication team. The judging team comprised of Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri, Dr. N. Saraswati Andarjanam, Dr. Bindu Nair, Ms. Devi S., Dr. Chinmay Murali, and Ms. Rajasri R. I invite the head of the department, Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri, to announce the results.
Sir, hello, sir. Sir, your mic is being muted.
Thank you, Parvati. I am in fact very happy to announce the result of the best papers presented in the two-day international conference hosted by the Research and Postgraduate Department of English, ST College, Alappuzha. The first prize goes to Ms. Amrita Hari, MA student of Pondicherry Central University. First prize goes to Amrita Hari, MA student, Pondicherry Central University. Second prize goes to Mr. Gogul S. of Government College, Attingal. Second prize goes to Gogul S. Mr. Gogul S. Government College, Attingal. And third prize is shared by two students of ST College, Mr. Rahul Raj, PG student of ST College, and Saraswati Verma, UG student of ST College. And the first prize winner will get a cash award of 3,000. The second prize winner will get a cash prize of 2,000 rupees, and the third prize, 1,000 rupees, will be shared by Rahul Raj and Saraswati Verma of ST College. Congratulations, winners, and keep your enthusiasm and present your papers in future conferences also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations to all the winners. To propose the word of thanks, I invite Joint Convener of the International Conference, Ms. Parvati R., Assistant Professor, Department of English. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected President of the event, the Vice Principal and Head of the Department of English, Professor Dr. E. Krishnan Nambudiri, sir, Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. P.P. Ajay Kumar, sir, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor of University of Kerala, delegates and speakers of national and international repute, Principal of ST College, Dr. P.R. Unikrishna Pillai, sir, Managing Committee members, President Shri R. Krishnan, sir, Secretary Shri N. Neelakandan, sir, Shiva Subramanian, sir, Ramanand, sir, dear participants from various institutions, former faculty of English department, Prasida ma'am, Leena ma'am, teachers and students from other departments, senior teachers of English department, Saraswati ma'am, Bindu ma'am, Devi ma'am, my dear colleagues in the department, and dearest student coordinators. Good evening, everyone. Today, we are here witnessing the culmination of a great event, the two-day international virtual conference organized by the Research and Postgraduate Department of English, ST College. The planning started in June 2021 when, in the first department meeting, Krishnan sir suggested that we should organize an international conference, and I was entrusted the duty of coordinating the conference. Gerontology is the academic discipline which strives to increase the independence and productivity of older adults. We, the the Faculty of English Department chose literary and social gerontology as a main topic of the conference because we felt that it will help us to explore the creation and understanding of meaning in the relationship of body, self, and society. And all the plenary sessions and research papers of scholars, teachers, and students examined key topics including creativity and life goals, different aspects of gendered and visual ageism, changing representations of aging in fiction, and new directions in the literature of aging. All the sessions were enriching and have helped us shape our ideas about age and aging and also to counter them. In short, both the literary and social analysis of aging have allowed us to have a better understanding of what growing older means culturally, socially, and politically. Let me now move on to the duty assigned to me. The success of this conference is a result of the constant support and encouragement of our dear head of the department, Krishnan sir, who is also the president of the valedictory function. He was there throughout the event, providing positive suggestions and inputs. He is always very enthusiastic to organize literary and academic activities that are beneficial for both the faculty and students. Literary fests and competitions, seminars and lectures have been organized by the department under the able headship of Krishnan sir. And I'm sure that the international conference is not the end of it. There is more to follow. On behalf of everyone present here, I extend my sincere gratitude to Krishnan sir. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Maruti.
I'm extremely grateful to thank all the eminent speakers who led the plenary sessions, Dr. Sharon Butala, Dr. Gayatri Devi, Dr. Priya K. Nair, and Dr. Rekashri, for fostering productive dialogues on how aging as a lifelong process is understood and experienced. Next, let me extend my gratitude to Dr. Ajay Kumar sir, Pro Vice Chancellor of Kerala University, for gracing this occasion with his esteemed presence. Thank you, sir, for offering the valedictory address. The management has always extended support to all the academic, curricular, and extracurricular activities organized by the department. I would like to convey my gratitude to Shri P. Krishnakumar sir, manager of ST College in absentia, for his support. Sir was the president of the inaugural session and he supported us by offering the introductory remarks. Thank you, sir. The president of STV Managing Committee, Shri R. Krishnan sir, is with us today. He always makes his presence felt in all the programs he attends with his lively and vibrant speech. On behalf of everyone present here, I extend my sincere gratitude to R. Krishnan sir for offering the introductory remarks and supporting us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Parvati.
Secretary of STV Managing Committee, Shri N. Neelakandan sir, has extended his support and offered felicitations. Thank you, sir, for being with us on this occasion.
Thank you.
I also thank all other members of Managing Committee, Ramanand sir, Shiva Subramanian sir, and all others for extending their support. Principal of ST College, Dr. P.R. Unnikrishna Pillai sir, is always supportive of all the activities organized by the department. Thank you, sir, for your support. Next, I would like to thank all the participants. We have teachers, research scholars, and students from various institutions who presented papers, shared their thoughts and ideas, and made this conference a grand success by actively participating in all the sessions. I also thank all the former faculty of English department, especially Prasida ma'am and Leena ma'am, for accepting our invitation and taking part in the conference. Special thanks to Leena ma'am for chairing a session and also for interacting with the eminent speakers and making the sessions lively.
Thank you, Parvati.
I'd also like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Nair Anup Chandrasekharan sir, who chaired the other technical session on day 1. Next, I would like to thank one of the joint conveners of the conference, Saraswati ma'am, for her constant support. I'd also like to thank Bindu ma'am. Right from the inaugural session, she has been supporting us by providing us valuable insights, moderating the sessions, and interacting with the resource persons. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your support. My sincere thanks to Devi Miss, who very effectively interacted with our resource persons and made the sessions lively. Next, I thank all my dear colleagues in the department, Kartika, Neeta, Sarita, Krishnanand sir, Ashwati, Aradhi, and the newcomers, Parvati, Lakshmi, Chinmay, Rajashri, the guest faculty, Kiran and Gitanjali. Thank you, all of you, for your active participation. It's only because you did your part well that we were able to organize and conduct all the sessions perfectly. Special thanks to Lakshmi and Parvati for anchoring the inaugural and valedictory session so well. And a big thanks to all the student coordinators, the technical team, Advait and Sam, who supported us day in and day out for the smooth conduct of all the sessions. So when we conduct an event completely in the digital platform, it's not easy. We have technical challenges, but these students, Advait and Sam, they have worked so sincerely and with dedication. We were able to conduct all the sessions without any technical faults. So thank you, Advait and Sam.
Thank you.
They were also in charge of YouTube live streaming. So special thanks for that. And my sincere thanks to Gopika, third year English literature student who designed the brochure, initial brochure for circulation. She also prepared the feedback forms. Thank you, Gopika. Thanks to Arya. I should say that Arya is a student of third year literature, and this girl is very spontaneous and prompt. Because when I asked her to, I still remember it all started when I asked her to create an email ID and password exclusively for this international conference, and within a few seconds, she handed over a sheet of paper to me. With the new email ID and the password. So that is the enthusiasm of Arya. And so she was very active throughout the conference, and she did a good job comparing a few sessions. Thank you, Arya. I also thank the other student coordinators, Pooja, Amala, Atulya, Srivardhini and Hana for executing their duties perfectly. Thanks to Shravana and Athena for the beautiful rendering of the prayer song. And I should also thank Vijay, our former PG student, who designed the final brochure wonderfully, so beautifully. I hope that I have not missed anyone. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Holding true to the vision of the department, which is to transform itself into a learning organization to meet the challenges posed by the new age, you're proud to say that many more interesting and challenging programs are lined up for the year. On that note, let us wind up the session. Once again, thank you, everyone.